Okay, well, good night. Thank you. To wish everybody a happy holiday and Merry Christmas, that you have joy and peace and love and rest. And so this will be our last city council meeting for this year, and we will be, of course, back in January, and wish everyone a safe and happy holiday. So with that, we'll call the meeting to order. The regular city council meeting of Tomball is called to order, and we thank all of you who are here and to join us in our opening ceremonies. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Kenny Rogers with Anointed Faith Family Church. This is a tradition with Pastor Rogers. He does the last council meeting of every year for the last 8 years. Thank you. And our pledges will be by Captain Patin. It'll be led by Captain Patin. So please rise.
Would you bow your heads? Father, we thank you. God, please bless America, land that we love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. We ask now that you bless this great city of Tomball, Texas. Bless its mayor, Mayor Lori, and all the city council members and our police department, our fire department. Father, I pray your divine wisdom will take over in this great city. And Lord, I pray your divine protection over our firemen, fire ladies, our police department. Father, we thank you, Lord, as they serve, and we thank you for all those who serve in this great city. We pray your blessings on each and every one of us, Lord God, particularly through this season, Father. May it be a season that we remember you and remember what you did for us. We pray you bless and keep us as we desire to live for you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the text. Pledge allegiance to the state of Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is public comments and receipt of petition. At this time, anyone will be allowed to speak on any matter other than personnel matters or matters under litigation for a length of time not to exceed 3 minutes. No council board discussion or action or questions may take place on a matter until it has been placed on the agenda and posted in accordance with the law. Tracy, do we have anyone who has signed up? I have no one signed up for general comment. In general, but we do for certain items on the agenda. Okay, is there anyone who did not sign up for general comments, not agenda items, that would like to speak at this time? Okay. So we will close the public comment period and go on to our presentations. We are honoring a wonderful group of people tonight. We are saluting all of the volunteers who make our depot the depot. So please come forward, all of the volunteers that are volunteers for the depot, so we can honor you. Yes. Yes, Don. Keep going. You need some help? Thank you. First, thank you so much for your dedication and service to the city of Tomball and to our historical area and all the work that you do. You are truly the unsung hero, so we thank you. And that's what tonight is for. It's a thank you and honor you.
Thank you very much.
Whereas the Tomball Depot Museum volunteers, John and Cindy Lockwood, Valerie Hill. Oh, sorry. Richard Lumpkin, Big Jim Glenn.
He just got home from work.
Poor name. Mosquito. Mr. Dave George. John Buckley. Okay. And there's one more. David Richards. Okay. Right from here. This is my copy. I can have it. David Richards, and we will have you one too. You too. Are known for their contagious love of trains. Because of this great love, they invest themselves in serving at the Tomball Depot Museum. And the Tomball Depot Museum volunteers are at the depot every Saturday and Sunday during special events, giving tours and providing tons of information regarding trains in the depot. And the Tomball Depot Museum volunteers share their passion for everything train in the Tomball Depot, sharing the history of Tomball, formerly known as Peck, Texas, and Thomas Henry Ball, after whom Tomball was renamed. And the Tomball Depot Museum volunteers share the history of Tomball with hundreds of school children and tourists throughout the year, working quietly and tirelessly without desire for recognition, numeration, or personal gain, winning them with the respect and affection of all of Tomball's citizens. Now, therefore, I, Lori Klein Quinn, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tomball, on behalf of the Tomball City Council and all citizens hereof, I do hereby proclaim December 19th, 2022, as salute to the Tomball Depot Museum Volunteers Day, and invite our citizens to join us in honoring our Tomball Depot Museum volunteers.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much, and y'all run over business.
Now, what we're going to do, we are going to put Mr. Richards, because Mr. Richards' name was left off of this, we're going to reprint those, and I'm going to deliver them personally to the depot. When we all be there. First Saturday of January. And we will be giving you your own copy of this, suitable for framing or laying on the table or putting at the depot too. We'll give you an extra copy of that. So any volunteer knows how important y'all are to Tomball. Yeah, I'll, are we gonna ask that?
Can we get everybody to go around the time?
Yes. The council would like to thank you. Councilman Ford and.
Are you, young man?
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
I have visited y'all.
Yeah, good.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank
Give me a
you.
tour one day. I enjoyed it. Yes, sir. Thank you for the tour.
And it's.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. The fist bump too. Between the elbow bump.
It's not enough.
Thank you. The next item on presentations is a report about the proposed design alternatives and feedback of the vote received on the FM 2920 Main Street reconstruction project on the meeting that we had at the college. And presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm not going to do an engineer impression tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Patrick with Gunda, who's going to run through the alternatives that were presented as well as the results of our feedback surveys.
Is the microphone on?
Sounds like it is.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Patrick Rummel with Gunda Corporation. I'm here to present the briefing and update from the public meeting that was held December 6th at Beckendorf. From feedback at the first public meeting in March 2022 this year, specifically the 4-block area in Old Town from Pine to Elm. We were tasked to prepare and evaluate alternatives that met the project objective. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through each of the 3 alternatives that we prepared. This first one is a modification from the original proposal. Now it includes a left turn at Elm Street and Sycamore, when originally it did not, with hooded left turns. And that prevents westbound traffic from making a left on Elm Street and eastbound traffic from making a north on Sycamore. In addition to this, there were no crosswalks originally at unsignalized intersections, specifically Oak and Walnut. And then now we have proposed Z crosswalks. Alternative 2 eliminates all medians, but eliminates cross traffic and left turn traffic at the unsignalized intersections at Oak and Walnut, thank you. This implements 2-way left turns throughout the Old Town area and hooded lefts similar to the original alternative 1 at Elm and Sycamore. This also introduces 1-way pairs at Oak and Walnut for right in, right out. And it also has the potential for on-street parking. This extension does reconstruct Walnut and Oak further into city streets past the TxDOT right away. And alternative 3 is more of a hybrid between the 2 that were originally presented. It does have some raised median at the unsignalized intersections with the Z crosswalks. And it also includes 2-way left turns as opposed to raised medians. The public meeting was held December 6th at Beckendorf. It included the entire corridor. We had over 90 people in attendance with 44 comment cards submitted. The options that were presented included the 4 blocks that we talked about at Old Town. A couple of the comments that we had some people show up with surveys asking, does this impact my property? There were multiple questions on 1-way pairs, and this included education and clarification that without medians, you do need to implement 1-way pairs to meet the project objective. In addition to the public meeting, there were an online survey throughout the week. This asked the participants to rank alternatives between 1 and 100 and vote on their favorite with the ability to write in additional comments. 57 people responded to the survey, and as you'll see on the next slide, we'll show the survey results. General comments included the need for increased pedestrian safety and protected sidewalks, better drainage, and multiple questions on implementation of one-way pairs through the Old Town area. So this is a summary of the results that were received. This will become part of the overall evaluation matrix. The other component of the evaluation matrix is the technical analysis, which is part of the next slide. But as you can see, the summary of the 101 votes, the majority winner was alternate 2, alternate 1 in second, and the alternate 3 in third. And the no build status quo talks about not building anything based on this project. The technical analysis portion. This is a sample matrix using some of these technical aspects that you see here that meet the overall goal of the project. These line items are what is generally included and as part of our first pass. The overall objective is mobility and safety improvement, both for pedestrians and vehicles, with the alternative 1 scoring the highest. With that being said, are there any questions?
So if you back up a couple of slides before the overall results. Here, the 39% support alternative 1, and then the input received did not like the raised median concept. How do you factor that comment, since that was also the raised median concept?
So some of the comments were, we want to increase pedestrian mobility and safety. And then there were alternatives that were selected without any new crosswalks. So that is part of the overall evaluation matrix, including technical input and public input.
Do we know how much of the input on things like that were from business owners downtown?
I'd have to go back and check.
Because that's, we've all lived with raised medians all over 2920 and all around, but, and yes, raised medians, you don't turn. There are no turns in raised medians. So it's the effect of the downtown businesses. And I was just curious as to how, on these comments, how many came from the downtown businesses that they wanted medians?
We can go back and look at the addresses presented and come up with that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, what's our next step after this? Now that, because the next, let's see, alternative 2 was on the evaluated public input was alternative 2. And then alternative 1 had 30. So what's our next step after this?
Our next step is for council and city to work together to come up with the final evaluation matrix.
Okay,
Yes, that's pretty much. This is just a presentation of the results that we have and working towards a final recommendation.
Absolutely. So this is the data that includes the public input from the last time we discussed, was to put this out there, get additional public input. Now, with this, if this is enough information for the council to take to make a decision on which alternative to go, and then whenever we get that, then we can steer the contracts to bring to council for execution.
okay. And on the last slide that you showed with the 4s and the 3s, who did that one? This one, who did this technical analysis?
Gunda did.
The engineers.
That's correct.
That's easier to build, number one for y'all. So, okay. I just wanted to make sure where this was coming from. So this is straight from the engineers.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank
think
you.
the Turnout was also a little bit less because you had the Tomball Independent School District having their meeting going on at the same time.
Right.
You know, we had the school board being installed, all that going on.
Mhm.
And a lot of people were going to it.
We had a lot of advertising for our online, so they can see it. We had an online video, and then they could obviously vote online for which one their alternatives, but you're right. I mean, so we had conflicting events in person, that does become an issue.
That's our job. We're here, we're elected to serve the citizens and the businesses of this town. So having open forums to get opinions is important. So thank those who did participate either in person or online for giving, and it's not too late to give your opinion.
When does TxDOT have to know?
June, July?
Yeah, and so there's still quite a bit of time that we can.
Can we narrow this down to 2 alternatives and keep getting comments and responses?
Absolutely, if that's what the council would like, then we absolutely do that.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
The next item is a report on the alley reconstruction project and provide staff some directions. You are up, Santa.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council, Drew Huffman, Public Works Director. So we're going to go over the alley enhancement project. We're really excited to get this project kicked off. It's right around the corner, and when we say that, like this week. So not kicked off project, but bid out. So this is our alley enhancement project. Oops, excuse me. Right now, this project encompasses the 100 block of north and south with an alternative bid of 200 north. With the Cherry Street, what we're calling the Cherry Street Pocket Park, the restroom. I know we talked about the restroom last council meeting. That restroom will go in the base bid, so it will be bid out with 100 north and south. So this is the area that we'll be talking about tonight. With that, these are just some of the alley enhancements. So phase 1 is the infrastructure. So that's all the civil work. So any utility line relocation that we need to do, for example, the meters, we're in conversation with CenterPoint right now on replacing all the power poles with, it'll be the large fiberglass power poles like we put on Medical Complex versus the smaller wood poles right now to raise the elevation of all those electric lines. So that way, whenever all of this is enhanced, ideally, the lines are a little less visible because they're so high. So this area right here, like I said, phase 1 is all the civil work. Phase 2 will bid out later this year. That's the amenity package that TEDC is paying for and doing all the concept work and landscape architect and engineering work on. So with that, it'll be stamped and stained concrete in certain sections. It'll be smooth concrete in other sections, and I'll explain all those reasons why. And then enhancements, not only on the public side, but also business enhancements through the EDC for the private side. So this is the site plan for the 100 South. So as you can see here, we have that stamped and stained concrete in different areas. So the smooth concrete is for where our dumpster enclosures and or polycart areas will go. So that way the trucks can easily move those. There will be 3-yard dumpsters on casters. So the solid waste guys can move those out of the dumpster enclosures, dump those dumpsters, and then put those back. Same thing with a polycart, so they can move them in and out. This is for the 200 north. So as you see here, all of them have really the same theme with a stamped and stained concrete. And the little blue section that you see kind of in the middle of the alley, those are kind of, your string lights, your catenary lights with ribbons to give more of a ceiling in certain areas of the alley. This is our alley entrance right now. So we want to
create a gateway into those areas and then, just provide safe pedestrian passage in those areas and really nice greeting area. And then incorporate, the decorative lighting that we talked about. Right now, this is kind of the section that we have. So it's pretty, as we all have been down the alleys, it's pretty small. So with those alleys, we want to make sure, like we talked about, raising the electrical lines, making sure any kind of delivery trucks that are going through do not have any issues. Any of the trash trucks are going through don't have any issues. And then we create really a nice passageway for that. So we've looked at all the obstacles in the area, kind of like highlighted over here on the right is the electrical pole that we'll be replacing also. So here's an example of what we're narrowing down for the gateways. So like we talked about, this will be phase 2 that EDC incorporates into their package for the bid for this project. So the reason why is obviously it's 2 sets of contractors. So we want a really good contractor to come in and do the civil work, and then a different type of contractor to come in and do the amenity work. Here's kind of a rendering, an example of what the alley will and could look like with the civil enhancements with the stamped and stained concrete, and then with the business enhancements with the EDC. Another really good example, like I talked about with the catenary lights, the string ribbon lights, to really kind of give that ceiling in there when you're walking up and down the alley and enjoying that space. Here's a concept of a private property improvement that I know Kelly can't be here, but with those enhancements with the EDC, we've had business owners meetings and we've talked to business owners individually. And then we did have a business owners meeting at Public Works to just really get all their input. And we had over 22 individuals show up, 22 different business owners show up downtown to really give their input. Here's another kind of way of enhancing that area with screening and then just enhancements to the business facades. Right now, this is the back of Tejas Burger Joint. And with that, this is kind of just different ideas. This is an idea that the landscape architect came up with to enhance that area. Here's another example of a private property enhancement. And then here's our dumpster enclosure. So at the top, with kind of the cedar wrapped fencing there, the slat fencing, that would be for your polycart enclosures. And then the dumpster, the 3-yard dumpster enclosures are on the bottom picture with kind of an example of what those gates would look like for those dumpster enclosures. Here's what I talked about with the stamped and stained concrete. So we have, the brick pattern that would be in the concrete. And then I know it almost looks like tiles. So that concrete, smooth concrete, and then it's just saw cut into a tile pattern for those dumpsters to be able to smoothly roll out, be able to dump in that area and then roll back in. Here's what the concrete will look like. And then here's another example. So right here in this example, we've talked with all the business owners. So the dumpster enclosures will have to go on private property. So we've worked out those details to be able to get easements in that area for shared dumpster space for the business owners in the downtown area for the alleys. Here's another area. So we would put dumpsters. This is on the south 100 block. I will say this was kind of an early example, but you have the dumpsters right there behind Main Street crossing. He didn't particularly like those, so we're making a modification to add one of those dumpsters to right now, the lot that's empty at, I guess it'd be to the west of Main Street crossing. And then we have other dumpsters on the far east on our Elm Street parking lot. They're on public property. Here's other areas on the 200 block where we would incorporate dumpster areas. And so, like I talked about, we are working with CenterPoint to replace those poles and raise all those wires. And then here's just an example. I know most of us have seen the new poles out on Medical Complex. The Cherry Street Pocket Park. So I wanted to talk about that real quick. So all right, so here is the most updated rendering. We have our restroom right next to the big tree over at Cherry Street Pocket Park. Incorporated into that, obviously, you can see that all the sidewalks and enhanced paving as far as pedestrian access goes. And then underneath the tree would be a boardwalk. So a sitting area underneath that tree, just to be able to sit and rest, have a picnic, take some food to go, whatever you'd like. And then incorporated all the way around. It's really hard to see in this rendering, but would be ornamental fencing, just because of the kind of the direct access that kids would have in that park to traffic. We wouldn't want a ball to roll in the street or a kid to be able to get distracted. Or, sometimes you have more than, one little one to watch over, and one of them's a little like mine, a little wilder than the other. So we like to keep them confined, and that fencing really helps. You see a gate right there at the corner of Commerce and Cherry. So that gate would just be a swing gate. So it'd be able to control access in and out. So the kids couldn't just run straight out into the street. And then you have sitting areas along Cherry Street, some other sitting areas over kind of close to Cisco's. And then here's an example. So it would be moundings with slides incorporated in the moundings with artificial turf there. So that way the natural grass wouldn't get worn out. We'd have artificial turf in that area. So, and we all know if you give kids really anything to play with, they will, and they absolutely love to run up and down the mounds and go down the slides. So do we have any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
If you can go back a couple screens, right there.
Yes, sir.
Right now, there's parking along Cherry Street on there. Are we going to?
We're going to,
that?
yes, sir. We're going to eliminate that parking there along Cherry Street. It's pretty dangerous to back out into Cherry Street the way it is right now. And I know from what I'm being told, it was kind of a temporary solution to what we had at the moment. We are working on a parking plan for the downtown area to hopefully accommodate the parking that's needed in the downtown area. So those 6 or so slots would be able to move in a different location.
Was that discussed with the business owners?
Yes, it was. And they don't like the hazard from the feedback that we got from the business owners. They agree that it's a safety hazard for those vehicles to be able to back out onto Cherry Street once they're parked. And it causes, because people like to cross, eventually we want people to be able to cross there in that area. If a car or a truck, especially a long truck or a dually is pulled in there, it's hard to poke your head out of that truck and see traffic either coming from the light or coming from, the north side, to be able to cross right there, to get over to either Team or Cherry Street Antiques.
Okay. Drew, is the siren coming down?
It is coming down. We are saving it. We are looking for another location for it, but it will be saved.
And can we extend the diagonal parking down into the next block of Commerce on that same side? Maybe recover some of these lost parking places
Going west,
going west.
we can look at it, we can look at it.
Let's look at it.
Because that's been real popular on that area around Cisco's, and it's accommodated a lot more cars. And I'd like to see that extended down that next block, because you have that new restaurant coming in, Man of Bread Heaven, and that's going to be real popular, and I think we're going to need that parking up there.
Drew, how many restrooms are going to be there?
2 restrooms,
How many stalls are going to be in the restroom?
2 unisex restrooms. So when you walk, they're both ADA accessible. So when you open the door is ADA accessible. So it's a widened door. When you walk in, the room is about 6 foot by 6 foot. So that way you have plenty of room if you are, wheelchair bound. That wheelchair can make a 360 completely in there.
Well, there were part of on the restrooms is there was lot of complaints, there weren't any public restrooms on that side, and just having two doesn't seem like enough. Have we studied to see maybe to expand two that are non-handicapped, to have 4 stalls there? That's gonna be a pretty popular area, and just having 2. What we don't want to do is have the traffic go into businesses and say, let me use your restrooms. Because it's not. We have, how many do we have over by the other side is, what, we have 4?
At the depot.
At the depot.
2, right. And so, yeah, it looks like there's plenty of room to expand just to add 2 more stalls.
Yeah, so we should look at it.
We can look at that. It
Yeah,
is
it's-
really tight in that space, especially with that tree being there, but we can look at that and compare the costs. So right now, the restroom, it doesn't include the plumbing or the pad, the foundation area for the restroom, but the restroom alone's $83,000. So to expand that to 4 restrooms would probably be in $160,000 to $200,000. So,
Can we move the tables and chairs?
yes,
And,
It's gonna be real popular.
yeah, it's gonna be real. Yeah. I think the restrooms will be more popular than the tables, but I'm not sure. You need to check and put them
We can
there.
absolutely do
yeah,
that.
we can look at that.
Okay, great. The other thing on the enhancements that the private businesses can do, will they qualify for TEDC grant money to do
Yes,
that
and
with?
that's the conversation that Kelly Bollett's had with those business owners.
So they can look at their board at increasing that amount when this happens possibly for all the businesses that would like to open up to the
I
alleys.
don't know if anybody from the EDC here, but that's a question for them. But I do know that Kelly's had lots of conversations with the business owners, especially from the areas that were shown on these renderings.
Okay,
And
thank you.
just a question, have you had conversations with the trash companies? to
Yes.
See that they will in fact roll them out?
Yes, we have walked it in the sunshine and in the rain. We haven't walked it in the cold yet, but I
You
have
can
been
do
down
that
there with
Friday
them
night.
multiple times to walk the areas and to make sure that they will roll those dumpsters out, where the dumpster locations are gonna go. So they have been in this conversation for the entire.
And I would just encourage you, and I've walked many a new development along city streets and other towns. And the thing that I find lacking in some of these areas is the lack of park benches to sit. And I would just encourage you to make sure that we have enough park-like benches with backs that people can sit down, because this is gonna take on a pedestrian mall feel. And people are gonna wanna, there are people that just watch people. And they like to sit down and just relax and have their cool drink and watch people walk. And
So that's a lot of what we talked about, especially in the park area that we have. And then inside, in the entryways. So if you kind of see the people sitting in that entryway. So I'll just give you an example. I won't say all parks, but there's a lot of parks that are really busy on Black Friday. And so I've had that example where I've been there on Black Friday. I like to have the fencing because I have multiple kids. So during hide and go seek, some of them like to expand upon the area that you gave them to hide in. And so with that fence, it helps keep them in that realm. So with that, and there's seating walls inside that park area, there's seating walls at every entrance. And then with the business owners enhancement in different areas that you saw, I can go back to them, there's seating in all of those private areas also.
do we have any just park bench type seating otherwise?
Otherwise, the
that would
area,
Obligate them necessarily to sit in.
we
a
can look at
vendor's-
how much space we have and where we can put those, and I'm sure we can come up with some areas.
Just don't go lighter.
Have we considered putting in speakers in that for like music to play for people while they're walking, like during this time of the year, Christmas music can be played as well?
Was it discussed today?
Like that.
I would
we're
like
gonna
to
do
see
the
that.
depot.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you.
Yes,
That's
thank you.
exciting. Thank you. Okay, the next presentation is regarding the City of Tomball website redesign.
That's me. So I have to drive and talk. So just to quick set the framework for what you're going to be looking at today. So the website redesign project that has really been ongoing for a couple months now, but is kind of entering the warp speed time, actually has 3 separate components, and we have 3 consultants working with us, all with our website firm Civic Plus. So tonight you'll only be looking at the design elements, which will look at how the website looks, the fonts, the graphics, colors, imagery. The second component of the project that we're working through with our navigation consultant is sort of the sitemap, where things are. And what we're doing with that is we're using all of our Google Analytics to find out what are people coming to the site to do, to try and highlight those things. And then the last piece is the one thing the departments love me to talk about, and that's all the content. What's on those department pages? What is our online city hall? How are we engaging people and calling people to action, whether that's paying a bill, paying a municipal court fine, getting a permit or an inspection. So we're working on those 3 components, and then in 3 to 6 months, we'll have a finished product. All right, so what were our redesign goals? First and foremost is customer service. So you'll see that when I show you the kind of new homepage design is a focus on what would it feel like if someone digitally entered City Hall, to really make sure that they have all of those options really kind of at the forefront of the homepage. Increasing transparency, making it easier for people to find information. And that goes back to optimizing search terms, making sure that information is where people would logically think it should be on a web page. Balancing, you're going to see that on our homepage, because I think we did a really good job of this, is how do we honor Tomball's history, but modernize our digital platforms. One thing that we talk about on website is follow the clicks. That will kind of follow the navigation side, and you'll see that when we roll that out. And the last one is compliance, because websites have to be ADA accessible. And there are actual website standards that we have to meet. And so making sure that all of our design elements meet those ADA compliance standards. So with that, I am going to take you to what our new homepage will look like. And I'll call out some things. So this is the redesigned homepage. This is not a live page. This is just a graphic design of it. What you'll see there is we kind of keep the same, what I would call the mega menu navigation, but here at the top, this is based on what exists today. So as I said, we're working with those navigation consultants. Some of this might change, but these are our kind of core actions and groupings of information at the top. That'll stay the same. Clicked on one. Our kind of banner image, really making a clear font, paying homage. That's actually the same font and look that's in our seal. So really pulling on what exists in our imagery. Those stars are actually the exact stars from our seal to kind of give that consistency and look and feel. This is what we call a graphic icon section. We have it on our existing website. We're going to actually elevate these. We currently, I think, have 5. We'll be going to 12 options. So we'll be able to highlight more things kind of right at the top. As something moves to importance during a year, during a season, we can make it one of those graphic icons. As you scroll down the page, you're going to see a new sort of thing, which are these interactive buttons. So these again are going to be interchangeable. They're going to be 8. These will be our highest priority actions. So things like ordering records, getting a building permit. These are just examples that our consultant kind of put together. But as you scroll over it, you'll see this highlight in our standard blue and red colors. But again, these will be interchangeable. So as something kind of moves up in priority at a certain time, we can highlight it. They will have customizable images. So we can actually use images of Tomball here. And then we're going to get to our new news function. So right now our news is kind of hidden way down at the bottom, and there's also no imagery. And really in communications, their eyes are going to be drawn to the imagery first. before they will be to text. It's important because it has a picture. And so we'll be able to use kind of our updated photography, and our marketing team has done a really good job of making sure that we've got updated photos. And we'll be able to have that news function there. It's scrolling, it'll link to different pages. And we can keep people kind of engaged. Things that you'll notice here is our first kind of graphic element. Those are actually those little drawings right there are based on our city seal. So our graphic designer was actually able to take elements of Tomball, the trains, the oil, and you're actually going to see a real cool one here at the bottom, and bring that into the design of the site in a way that's modern and clean, but still paying homage to kind of Tomball. Our next element, this kind of replaces an element we have at the bottom right now of our page, upcoming events. We don't have the ability to highlight an individual event. So say it's, Deck the Depot weekend, and we want to show a big image to get people drawn and interested into that event. We would be able to do that here. Those are David's adorable kids that are, I think, so much older now. Yes, if you recognize those faces. But we'll be able to call to action either an event or a park or a facility or a meeting, anything that we want, we'll be able to highlight it there with either an image or a graphic. Here's our city events calendar, and then we'll also have a city meetings calendar. It'll be pretty standard to what we have today, other than it won't be in that sort of linear text format. It'll be in this kind of block format. Here again, you kind of see the homage to Tomball of the past and the graphic elements. A link to all of our social channels, and then highlighting our elected officials there on our homepage. So it will take you to the council pages. And that way, council, you're going to be pretty easy to contact because you can just contact you right from the homepage. And then as we kind of enter the bottom of the site here, which is where you find your site maps or your quick links, your FAQs, that'll all pretty much stay the same. But the interesting thing is if you actually see that graphic image right there, those are graphic designs actually of the Tomball Museum Center that our graphic designer put together. As we shared images of Tomball, they worked to kind of build graphic designs that again would honor things that are on the ground and might trigger that, visual memory that someone has of Tomball. And that's pretty much the bare bones of the homepage. Like I said, nothing on here is the actual content or what a header might be, but just to kind of give you a look and feel. If I go into the tier 1 navigation, just very briefly, this is what a page would look like. It's very consistent with what our pages look like today. The difference is just, again, the colors and the fonts, but the structure is actually identical to our current structure. It'll just be more updated to be consistent with our current look, our new look and feel. And that's really it at this point. So if there's any questions or feedback, I promised the graphic designer I'd get back before I left for Christmas. So
Where's Jared's interactive?
So the interactive map could be any number of places. It could be there in the graphic icons. It could be in these boxes. We would make that determination as we go with the navigation consultant. As the design team starts handing it off to the navigation team, we'll start choosing what goes where.
Will we be able to put what the city council has voted on and done here, so they'll know what's going on?
So it would be under the city council pages or the agendas and minutes pages, or we could create another page under city council that would exist.
What about questions? Like we talked about this before, like people don't realize that ESD has a transportation for people. They have a minimal charge. And I know this current jumps to their site, but they did a really good visual. ESD did. So where's the question and answer? And sometimes people ask what they don't know they know. So, and we need a place to be able to inform.
So we will have FAQs down here. Again, these are like samples, right? So the graphic designer doesn't know exactly what link we want there. So the graphic designer just pulls some sample links. So this could be FAQs. we could also highlight, so say we were getting a lot of calls for a particular service, we could move that service and have a link here and highlight it in one of the boxes. We could also post a city news story right here that says, did you know you could contact Northwest Community Health for accessing this? And we would post it on our news page. So there's lots of tools that we can use to get the message out. One thing that is kind of weird, but you have to kind of put your head in a digital space is that things on websites have to live somewhere. They have to have a home. And so anything that we would link on this homepage doesn't actually live here. It lives somewhere else on the site. So something like the accessible transportation, when we link it on the homepage, we have to link it to, you got to go somewhere. And so like it is today on our homepage, and I can show you. So also cold weather advisory, we've turned on that emergency alert, so everyone be aware. So like here's where the accessible transportation is right now and the quick links. It's not really visual. If you don't know what you're looking for, even though it's on the homepage, it's kind of hard to see. So having that visual element in the boxes makes it easier. And then again, everything on the homepage lives somewhere. So it takes you right to who you need to call to schedule that. So it's that, okay, I know I need to go here, instead of how frustrated do you get when you click on something and then you have to click on something else and then you have to click on something else to do the thing you wanted to do. One click.
Yeah, 2 clicks is it. You don't
Yeah.
go past 2 clicks.
Right. So we want to make it as simple and easy as possible for people to get to the thing that they want.
And there's,
And so you click on it and then right there on your page is the phone number you need to call.
and there's no such thing as an unintelligent question. in your search.
Yes. And that's the navigation side, is we actually control internally, just like you have search engine optimization in Google, we control all of the search terms. So I can actually pull a Google Analytics report and see what people are searching within our sites. And then I can tag a page with a search term. And so that if someone searches for a particular term, that page will be at the top of their search.
Okay,
Mhm.
so it can,
It
has some artificial intelligence.
well, it has actual intelligence. It's me that has to do it. It's human intelligence. Yes. I have to physically type it in.
We call it JI.
Yeah, Jessica Intelligence. Yeah.
He's taking credit. All right, any other questions for Jessica?
I like it. I like the visualization of it. Because that's pretty much how people navigate today is through visuals. And so I like the way that we're moving forward.
Yeah, I would like to see our mascot on there.
Rusty.
Rusty somewhere. People identify with Rusty. Okay,
Right.
thank you. That was good.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, reports and announcements. December 23rd through December 26th, Christmas holidays, the offices will be closed. Garbage pickup will not be affected. On New Year's Day holiday, the city offices are closed. Again, garbage pickup will not be affected. City council meeting will be held on Tuesday due to the New Year's Day holiday. So it will be on that Tuesday night. Reports by city staff and members of council, community interest. Do we have any? Okay. Okay, old business. Next on the agenda is to adopt on second reading ordinance number 2022-38. Tracy to read by caption only.
Ordinance number 2022-38, an ordinance of the city of Tomball, Texas, amending chapter 50 zoning of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by changing the zoning district classification of approximately 17.08 acres of land legally described as being all of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Tomball business at Technology Park from single-family residential except 20 to light industrial. The property is located within the 1900 block of South Persimmon Street, providing for severability, providing for a penalty of an amount not to exceed 2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof, making findings of fact and providing for other related matters.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 2022-38 on second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion. We have anyone?
Mayor, we do have the TDC. They have a representative here to make a presentation to you tonight.
Okay,
And if you'd like, I can give a brief rundown, but I believe that you guys remember what this item is about. Okay. So Mr. Tom Condon Jr. is here to present on behalf of the TDC. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to go over this again, since it has been a little while since the first reading. As y'all recall, a lot of the discussion with this particular zoning case had to do with creating a buffer between the property to be rezoned and adjacent property to the north. And so since that November 1st meeting and reading, there have been several meetings and discussions between the EDC staff along with Paul Mladenka and also the developer Nixon Development that has one of the lots already under contract. One thing that came out of a lot of discussions and meetings was the fact that a lot of the focus by the EDC needed to be on what kind of projects they're actually allowed to spend their funds on. And the focus had to be on the EDC side of the fence as a result of that. And so now we'll walk through that. There was a packet handed out. So you can see the red outline is the property that the Mladenkas own. I apologize for how thin those lines turned out. When I was looking on the big screen earlier today, it looked great, but once it was printed out, it gets a little tough. But anyway, you can see adjacent to the south of their property and then across the street, the blue outline are the 4 lots that are part of the zoning case. And then the kind of green shaded area is lot 1 that Nixon Development has under contract currently. So as I mentioned, the buffer zone, the focus has been on the screening, and most of that screening discussion has been about a fence and vegetation. Initially, there'd been a request for aluminum type fence that was pulled back, and request for the 8-foot chain link with vinyl coating that would run the entire length of that common boundary between lot 1 and the other. That would have cost a little over $24,000. Responsible party would have been the owner of the EDC property. The response back on behalf of the EDC was that, first of all, taking the fence all the way out to the right of way kind of blocks the ingress and egress visibility. And it's really that front roughly 100 feet is the public parking, car parking area that's in front of the building. Not really something that you typically are worried about screening. It can be accomplished by vegetation, more so than having a fence all the way out to the wall. So the response was to come back with it's roughly 317 feet of fencing that would be the chain link with the vinyl coating as requested, with the opaque slats in between. It would run from roughly what you call the front of the building there on the west side, running all the way east to the back of the property lines. There'd be a solid fence that would take in all of the building and what's to the rear of the building as well. That'd be the responsibility of the EDC property. The next focus was on vegetation. The request had been that a 25-foot natural barrier remain in place for the full length of that common boundary. After discussion of it, a whole lot of it's behind the fence. It would not be visible from the north side of the fence, and it was just felt to be an unnecessary expense behind there. On top of which, with the development of the warehouse proposed to go on the property, a lot of that ends up being cleared on the site. To come back and enhance, though, the screening above the top of the fence line. Initially, the developer had wanted to put in pine trees or possibly some hardwoods with some canopy, mainly the pine trees, mostly because they're an evergreen, maintain that canopy. What they've come back with was to instead install wax myrtles every 15 feet. They're evergreens. They're fairly fast growing. They typically will grow at least 25 feet tall. And so that will pick up a fair amount of screening up above the fence line. The building, I think, is expected to be 27 feet tall. So really the vast majority of it would be covered with the wax myrtles. And part of the thinking on spreading them out by 15 feet is that the wax myrtles on both sides grow to the middle. You don't want to put them so close together that they end up actually, not being able to survive. And then in front of the building, the part that wouldn't be fenced, there would be natural vegetation, most likely a hedgerow with some trees added in there that'd be on the EDC side of the property. There'd been a few other requests to plant roughly 20 trees on the north side of that boundary line, along with removing 14 pine trees and also extending an irrigation line for the new trees planted on that north side. Again, all of that is on the north side of the boundary off of the EDC property. By statute, they're prohibited from spending their money on non-permissible projects, and that would be considered a non-permissible project, and therefore it was declined to make those improvements. We did want to point out that, and included in there is the fact that the contract with Nixon includes a prohibited uses and development standards. These were pulled directly from the deed restrictions for the Tomball Business Park. These lots in that area is technically not in the Tomball Business Park. It's a little bit confusing because the legal description is Tomball Business Technology Park Section 2, but Section 2 is not subject to those deed restrictions. And rather than annexing that land into the business park, it was just, we're going to add these restrictions as part of the conveyance deed. So they'll run with the property, and you can see the Exhibit B that's already part of the contract is attached there that, almost verbatim comes straight out of the deed restrictions in the park. And that's to carry forward the quality of the development that we've had. This particular buyer of Lot 1 has multiple lots within the park. You're able to see the quality of what they have. There had also been some discussion about the orientation of the building. We've included the site layout. It's not finalized. It was just recently determined that there's probably going to be a 45-foot setback along that north boundary because of the height of the building. And so this building is going to shrink. It's oriented towards the north end of the lot. There'd been some discussion about flipping that around to the south end. The developer, especially along with the EDC, feels like that even though that's a solid wall facing north with the screening, you're not going to really see the back of that building. You also then aren't going to have the lights, the overhead doors, the trucks, the parking that goes on, the noise from the business. That's going to be directed to the south and towards the business park. And also on top of which, with the overhead doors, et cetera, they don't typically air condition their warehouse areas. They then have the opportunity to pick up that southeast wind blowing into the warehouse. And so they just feel like overall that's a, better long-term effect for it. Included with that packet in the back is some of the excerpts of the various bids, et cetera, that support the expenses that were outlined in the recap page. So with that, do y'all have any questions for me?
I know this has been postponed several meetings,
Yes.
and look at this. So basically, each side had their suggestions and likes and dislikes. Was there any compromise on between the two? Or this is what we can do, or And
Well,
this
that's
is
what's
what we
outlined, that's
wanted.
what's outlined in the recap is what was requested versus what either the EDC and or the developer were willing to do. Quite a few of those things are over and above what the city code requires. So I guess you could assume that that's a compromise in terms of the type of screening and fencing and the length of it to create that buffer zone there.
I'm just trying to understand how much the meeting of the minds between TEDC and the owner of the property and then the residential neighbor next to it. And so I'm not. I'm
I
hearing
don't know that
hand
I don't know that
in hand.
I
know
would
what-
couch it as a meeting of the
was in it.
minds as much as there's input given back and forth and to the extent there were things that the EDC could do and the developer was willing to do that made good sense. They agreed to do it.
Okay.
Indicated that the developer was willing to put in wax myrtles on the south side of the fence
Correct.
to help with the screening.
Correct. Yeah, and that's the solid wall of them, which they're not out there now. So that would all be new and then have to be irrigated. So.
Was anyone else signed up to speak? Is there any other questions on this? Okay, is there anyone that would like to come up and speak on this issue? Yes.
Good evening. My
Just
name is
the-
Paul Mladenka. I'm the landowner in question here, and I live at 1631 South Persimmon. So at the workshop that we had back in November, council suggested that the parties get together and negotiate and come together on what they believe is the best fence barrier, get together on what's going to happen here since we're going to be neighbors. So to get it off and running, I sent EDC an email on November 19th. And I think that was a Saturday, and I met with EDC the next week to talk about that. And I guess you just heard a lot of the things I asked for. I asked for a vinyl coated chain link fence instead of the one with the slats. And then I asked for a 20-foot vegetation barrier to be left in place on the buyer side of the fence because that would clearly, produce an opaque, you couldn't see the building. And then, of course, I asked for help with the planting trees on my side of the fence. I asked for help taking out 14 pine trees. They're going to be extremely close to the fence because those things fall over all the time. And I'd be repairing a fence eventually. And then I asked also for help in putting water out to that pasture so that I could keep my trees watered. So I sent that email and I met with EDC the next week, met with Kelly, and I was informed at the time EDC can't spend any money on property that's a single family designation. But she did give me some encouragement that, well, maybe the buyer, might take those trees out for you. He's going to have equipment out there anyway. And then as far as the 15-20 foot, vegetation barrier, she gave me the impression that wasn't going to be a big deal. So we agreed, let's meet with the buyer. So about a week later on December 2nd, I met at EDC's office with the buyer. And I found at that meeting that he's not getting on my side of the fence with his equipment. So those trees that are up there, they're mine. And then I also found at that meeting that this 20-foot vegetation barrier is just not possible. I got to scrape it all off. I'm not, don't have room for any vegetation barrier. And so I thought, well, if you're going to clear out all the vegetation barrier, can you move the building back to the south a little further from me? And he said he'd check with his engineer and, they'd get back to me. Well, the next time I heard from anybody was last Friday. That was 2 weeks after that meeting. So I hear from Kelly last Friday. And she basically says that, we're gonna build the property or the building as close to the property line as code will allow, which is the 45 foot. All the surface underbrush is gonna be cleared, and then we'll put some wax myrtle trees on our side. You're not gonna help me with anything on my side, and that, you know what? I didn't expect to get everything I asked. And so I'm conceding on, helping me with the trees. I'm conceding on you paying for any of my trees in a water line. But, when they tell me they can't even keep a vegetation barrier in place. And so it seemed like the only consolation I got was instead of a chain link fence, it's going to be a vinyl chain link fence. And we didn't agree. We didn't have any agreements. Nothing was going to be signed. This was the weakest attempt at a negotiation that I've ever been involved in my life. I'm not sure why or what. To me, it seemed like I was a pain in the butt for the people that I was meeting with. And again, except for vinyl coating a chain link fence, that's how far we got close to the middle. And you know what? I'm so tired of this that, I can see. Go ahead and vote. They're going to do what they want to do. But I am disappointed in how I was treated at EDC. And this has been going on for a while, as everyone knows. And here, the last little ditch effort to get a little something. I can't even get them to answer a phone call. And all those times we were postponing meetings over here, there was nothing going on. It was more of a stall tactic than anything. And so y'all win. That's all I have.
Are there any questions?
Be happy to answer questions.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I think Tom has some comments.
I want to redirect on a few things. The in-between timeframes, folks, there was a lot of effort put into running down bids to figure out what these things had cost, and they don't happen with just a click on the computer and the numbers popping up. That the results of those efforts are in there. Unfortunately, for the past 8-9 days, Kelly's been recuperating from neck surgery. So she was out all of last week, which was part of the reason for the delay. But, we've delayed the contract well over 45 days and put on hold a contract on the other lot waiting on this. It's not been an avoidance or delay on our part. If anything, we'd have been happy to get this done right after the 1st of November. Yes, it's going to be a vinyl coated chain link fence. Our understanding is the slats, and correct us if I'm wrong, the slats are required by code to go in there, but the crepe myrtle trees, they're described as trees, but y'all know they're bushes basically from the ground up. They're going to provide that barrier wall in there. So I think it could be a little bit on the interpretation. What's out there now gets cleared for the construction, then he comes back in and plants the crepe myrtles to be maintained within that 20-foot area. And then up in the front also adds new, nice looking vegetation. It's hard to see with the lights, but there's also vegetation and planting that's on the north side of that boundary line that'll still be in there. We won't be able to touch. The developer, after consulting with their attorney, said, we're not comfortable working on somebody else's property. We don't own it. We don't care if they sign an agreement. We're not going to do it. And as far as those trees being close and potentially falling or causing risks, because they already have that responsibility. Those trees are already there. If a house was built on this lot and their trees fell on it, they'd have the risk and the responsibility for taking care of that. So the fact that the developer was supposed to take that over just did not feel reasonable on his part. But the steps that they are taking are over and above and do cost more than they would otherwise be required to do anywhere else. So may not feel like there was a lot, but there was.
What kind of vegetation is in that 20 foot?
It's mostly Yo Pond.
Yeah, just scrub stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it really is. So what'll be visible, in front of the fence will be, a landscape maintained hedgerow with some trees planted in there. It's actually not there right now. And you can go in the park and look at his other buildings and see the kind of landscaping he's done. And that's that same kind of quality that we're expecting to be done on this project.
How tall are the trees that y'all are putting in that 20-foot buffer?
I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know how tall, they're described in terms
Of the
of gallons.
trees?
They're like 15 to 30 gallon trees. There's only going to be, there's only really room for a handful of them in that front 100 feet. The back 300 plus feet, we're going to be the wax myrtles instead of the pine trees.
Okay, so there is gonna be trees in the buffer, the 20-foot?
Yes.
45-foot setback, and there's gonna be a 20-foot tree buffer.
Yeah, within the 45 feet. So the first 20 feet from the fence will be about 5 feet. It'll be the fence and be able to go along, maintain the fence, and 20 feet from that. So call it 25 feet, within 25 feet from the fence line. That's where the wax myrtles will go, all the full length of that line.
And I'm sorry, I don't know what a wax myrtle is or how big his kids are.
Oh, they grow
Anything.
25, 30 feet tall. They're evergreen. They're very bushy and green.
And
They're pretty good screen. So even if the slats weren't in there, it would, more than meet the requirements for
and
creating a screen.
how tall are they when you put them in?
Uh,
Anybody know?
I don't
How tall are
They grow fast.
What, a
Yeah.
15, 20-foot? Okay. And is this in writing?
It's going to end up having become an amendment to the contract. So it's not yet, because
But-
if we don't get this passed, then the
That will be in-
contract is
in
done. So,
writing.
but it'll be in the contract and be a requirement. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I thank both parties for their comments. Yes. Mr. Radinka. All right.
I'm okay with what they're gonna do. And again, I would have had it, if it was my way, I had it another way, but whatever they want to do is fine. I do have a question for the council, though. All this land is now, the future land use map shows it is commercial. Let's just say my neighbor that owns 40 acres out there sells all our land to a residential property, residential homes. Is that going to prevent me from, if I want to sell my property commercial, if I've got residential all around me, is that going to prevent me from selling my property commercial? Because I know that's coming down the pipe. And so, again, I'm just trying, since we're talking about zoning, I think that's a question that needs to be asked here, because if we're all future land use map shows us as future commercial and somebody gets an exception to that and builds a subdivision there, was that going to prohibit me from selling commercial? Or, I mean, again, this was, unfortunately, we're going to be on an island out there. We've got the newest home on the block and everybody else is ready to cash out. And I'd like to understand, if I'm going to be limited on that.
Well, Nathan is behind you. He's gonna answer that question. Nathan?
Yes, Mayor, Council. Basically, we're going to be going through a comp plan amendment process later on this year. We're going to start it. And those are some of the questions that will be brought forward to City Council. Part of what we will be talking about is something that we've already discussed, which is something that Council Member Parr brought up before, is that we as staff are putting together some draft language as to what sort of compatibility standards and buffers should be put into play or should be requested or required if there are incompatible land uses or maybe not as consistent land uses beside one another. So those are some of the items that we'll be talking about. For me to say exactly if that's going to be the will of the council, it would be inappropriate for me to say at this time, but it will be something that we will discuss at the time of the comp plan amendment.
All right, and I'm sure you'll be taking public comments and all that during that time. That would be good for, should be brought up again about your concerns. Any other questions? Okay, this is just discussion. Let's call for the vote. Oh, no, I need a motion. No, we have a motion. Let's call for the vote.
Oh, yes, I see. There. Get it now.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. The next item is the new business consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are routine and they will be enacted in one motion. So is there any request to remove any item from the consent agenda? If not, then I'll have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion. Second.
Okay. Discussion, call for the vote.
It's not letting me scroll. So I should have a problem. Yes.
All items on the consent agenda as unanimously.
Mayor, before we get into new business, can we have a 5-minute break?
Yes, we can.
All right.
5-minute break. We will be back here at 7:26. Next item on the agenda is to appoint resident position 2 member to the Tourism Advisory Committee. Tracy?
Mayor and council, this item is to approve the application that we received on behalf of Angie Johnson to fill the vacancy left by Becky Loving when she resigned from her tax position number 2.
Okay. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to appoint resident position 2 member to the Tourism Advisory Committee. Do I have a motion? Okay. Discussion?
Angie is here, and she would like to speak.
Angie? Please come, name and address.
Good evening. I'm Angie Johnson at 30614 Quinn Road here in Tomball. I wanted to introduce myself and tell you I'm looking forward to contributing in this capacity. My family moved here in 1980 and I currently live in the house I grew up in. I'm earning a master's in education, which I'll complete in the spring. So I'm also a proponent of literacy and education, having taught English as a second language at Lone Star, and I volunteer at the high school somewhat too. So thanks for your consideration. I look forward to serving in this capacity.
Any questions? Let's call for the vote.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Yes. You.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Next item on the agenda is to appoint member to vacant unexpired alternative 4 position of the Board of Adjustments for the term expiring March 2nd, 2023. Tracy?
Mayor and council, this item is to appoint member to the vacant alternate position number 4 left by the vacancy by Rob Maxwell.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Call for a motion?
Motion. Second.
Okay. Discussion? Okay. Do we have anyone who is being appointed?
Matt Williams.
Yes.
Matt Williams.
Matt Williams, okay. Is Mr. Williams here? Hmm? Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. All right, our next item on the agenda is a consideration to approve zoning case P 22-350. Nathan, please present.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Nathan Dietrich with the Community Development Department. I'm presenting this item to amend Chapter 50 of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by rezoning approximately 22.84 acres of land outside of the Joseph Miller Survey, abstract number 50, from Agricultural District to Planned Development District to promote single-family residential development. As you can see on the aerial map that we're showing you right now, is that this is an area along the north side of Zion Road, approximately 22.8 acres at the 12,700 block of Zion Road. The subject property currently falls outside of the city limits, but this is, I guess, a way that somebody could come into the city or very interested in coming to the city without moving or changing the annexation or coming into the city at this particular time. Because if this zoning doesn't go through, the owner of the land does not want to come into the city at this present time. So the city staff met with the applicant multiple times over the last several months. And during these conversations, the developer has shown significant interest in maintaining the wooded nature of this parcel of land to promote the feeling of a matured subdivision, as well as to serve a buffer between the planned community and existing residences surrounding the property. The applicants are requesting a planned development to construct a gated community, single-family residential subdivision comprised of not more than 99 homes. The primary reason for the request for a planned development is to preserve the significant measures of the mature growth of trees within the subdivision, as well as along the periphery of the neighborhood, which will serve as a buffer between the planned subdivision and the neighboring residences. Measures such as this are not ordinarily required by the development in the city of Tomball or as in Harris County. Later in this presentation, I will share a concept plan that highlights the tree preservation areas that will be adopted if this PD ordinance is to be approved as requested. Some of the key points that we'd like to point out to you as presented by the developer are that they would require, per the planned development district itself, a 20-foot wide undisturbed vegetative buffer reserve along the east, the west, and the northern periphery of the subdivision. Originally, this undisturbed area was going to be provided as part of the individual lots along the rear boundaries of each lot. In the effort to simplify this management of the required reserve and to ensure that this is left undisturbed. Originally, what had happened was the property developer came in and proposed these lots of approximately 6,250 square feet, ranging between that square footage and about 6,500 square feet. And if we left that part of the buffer inside a person's single family residential lot, we felt that that homeowner would feel that if they felt that they didn't want that that buffer area anymore, then they would cut it down. So to ensure that, staff requested that, or provided some direction to say is that if we remove that from the actual size of the lot, put it in or a restricted reserve on the rear of the property, then that particular buffer would be in perpetuity. And so that buffer would also be protected by the homeowners association and also the city, because it would be associated with the planned development documents that are before you today. So part of the preservation of these mature trees throughout the subdivision, except were omitted by the provided concept plans. In the event that the trees are lost or cut down during or after construction, trees must be replanted to account for the loss in accordance with the standard required by the planned development ordinance. Large landscape median that will integrate walking, hiking, biking trails and provide convenient access to centrally located neighborhood amenities. Lots will be, as previously stated, a minimum of 5,250 square feet in size, with a minimum lot width of 50 feet and a minimum lot depth of 105 feet. As you can see on these associated, this is a photo of the subject property north on Zion, looking north on Zion. And the photo to the right is looking at this heavily treed parcel of land looking south towards Zion. And as we can see, it's presently vacant, or there is a single family residential lot on it, but it was used as such for many years previous. Again, here's some additional site photos just to show you what is surrounding the property on the north, south, east, and west sides of it. So all these photos are currently utilized for single family, or all the adjacent properties are single family residential purposes. The top and bottom left-hand photos of the reserve are Spring Lake subdivision. And that subdivision is comprised of primarily 1 acre lots. The bottom right photo is a photo of Raleigh Creek's entrance, and a portion of that Raleigh Creek subdivision is adjacent to the subject property, which are lots that are approximately 9,000 square feet in size. Moving on to the current zoning or the current zoning map. And again, as previously stated, that this property is not zoned because it's currently not inside the city limits. But if and when, or if it were to be annexed, it would enter the city as agricultural. And then what would be recommended or was requested is that this planned development as presented before you would be adopted as that zoning for this particular piece of property. So the planned development zoning, the reason for it is that and why the developer is asking for it is they wanted to provide for a superior design on lots or buildings, to provide for increased recreation and open space opportunities for public use and enjoyment, to provide for amenities or features that would be of a special benefit to the property or the overall community, to protect and preserve natural amenities and environmental assets such as trees, creeks, ponds, floodplains, slopes, viewscapes, or wildlife habitats, pardon me, to provide an appropriate balance between the intensity of development and the ability to provide adequate supporting public facilities and services, and to meet or exceed the standards applicable in Chapter 50, which is the zoning ordinance. In moving to the future land use plan, as you can see that future land use plan, it provides itself some significant challenges. So these parcels are approximately 350 feet wide and 2,750 feet deep. According to the applicant, and in order for the development to be viable on this parcel, they will need to be granted the ability to develop a smaller type of lot, other than what was being proposed by the future land use plan, which is lots that are ranch or rural in a state and usually are a half acre or above. According to the comprehensive plan, land uses include large lot residential, conservation subdivisions, and agricultural enterprises. The built environment should be complemented by large amounts of green space, such as mature woodlands, like as provided on this parcel currently. The comprehensive plans recommend zoning districts of ag, single-family residential 20, which are estate lots that are half acre in size or above, or a planned development, as the developer is presenting before you today. The comprehensive plan identifies a desire for the city of Tomball to protect the rural character of the community. And according to the comp plan, this can be achieved in smaller lot subdivisions when larger amounts of open space are provided and the conservation of these natural features are prioritized. When the applicants initially submitted the application or the request for his rezoning, they plan to provide lots, as I stated before, at 50 by 125 feet deep, which is approximately 6,250 square feet. And again, we wanted to make sure that that buffer area was not impacted with that portion of development. And as before stated, is that the way that they are providing it now is that even though that additional 20 feet is not within a person's backyard, it is going to be naturally preserved land on that piece of property. Moving on to these graphic exhibits, which should be the next slide. This slide illustrates the conceptual plans that are adopted by the proposed plan development ordinance, illustrating the overall layout of the proposed subdivision. Perhaps the most important concept plan associated with this PD is the concept exhibit plan, which is the preservation plan, which is the one furthest to your right. I've included the legend that identifies the intentions of what each respective color on the exhibit represents, which you can see the difference between the streets and parking, where the building area is kind of in that peach color, and the manicured areas along the frontage and the local amenities that they're going to plan within the middle of the subdivision. You have a dog park, playground, a community amenity pavilion, and also a pool. And then the remainder in the darker greens are those preserved buffers between those adjacent other single-family residential developments. In the tree preservation plan, we wanted to kind of discuss this just a little bit so you understand this a little bit further. A true tree preservation plan needs to have a tree survey done. Tree surveys are very expensive. So what staff has recommended at this particular time is that because they haven't provided this with the plan development, that we would associate this with the the plat of the property. And so they would submit this prior to the finalization of the plat, so we could see all of the trees that needed to be saved and preserved as part of this overall plan. So if we go to the next slide, in the preservation plan, in the event that any tree dies or that is required for preservation or is removed during that, pardon me, during construction, they would be required to be placed in accordance with the following table. So as you can see, if there was a size of tree that was removed, then if it was in between 4 and 9 inches of caliper, that they would have to replace 2 trees at a minimum caliper of 4 inches in size, and so on and so forth. The next slide will show you some of the graphic representations. We do have the applicant here, and so they'll be walking you through a little bit further as to what all of this is about, but we just thought we'd show you quickly what they were planning on doing. Go to the next slide, please. And again, these, the one on is just a representation of how the single-family residence would look along the streetscape. And then the bottom is one side of the public amenities that they would be providing to the subdivision, which is a pool and a pavilion. If moving to the next slide, please. We wanted to share with you the public notification map. In this particular case, we sent out letters to 3 folks within 300 feet of the parcel of land. And as you can see in the map, we had 2 in favor and 45 opposed. As part of, and we provided all of those, and I just wanted the audience to know this, is that staff, all of the comments that were generated at Planning and Zoning Commission and the ones that were sent in via email were all scanned and sent to City Council today. So they had it as part of their packet. And just kind of a summary to that of the main objections that were out there are as such, is that they're worried about drainage, potential traffic issues on Zion for ingress and egress to the location. And not only that, with having an additional 99 homes on there, adding additional traffic to Zion in the morning and afternoons when it's already very busy. Size of lots being proposed and the number of homes that will be constructed, and basically the loss of the green space overall was in summary what the concerns were. And I'm sure there's some other folks that will be up here to express their concerns tonight. So moving to the next slide. We wanted to first give you that staff would recommend approval of this zoning case P22-350. And these are the reasons why, is that the comprehensive plan identifies the need for new residential developments and to integrate and provide linkages to parks and trails. Having these features provided in the subdivisions have been shown to improve the quality of life and residence and positively impact property values. According to the city of Tomball's comprehensive plan, the city should encourage new development to provide connections and or integration of these types of amenities into their overall design. Further, as stated previously, the comprehensive plan identifies the desire for the city to protect the rural character of the community. And according to the comprehensive plan, this can be achieved in smaller lot subdivisions when larger amounts of green space are provided and the conservation of natural features is prioritized. The city staff believes that although the subdivision would be comprised of smaller lots, the rural intent of the future land use plan is being met with the intensive preservation measures being implemented by the PD or the plan development ordinance. Furthermore, by adopting the ordinance that requires the preservation of the existing mature trees within the subdivision and then along its periphery, it ensures that this mature growth will remain indefinitely by city ordinance. This is something that cannot be ensured with the property being outside the city limits as it currently exists. I also wanted to provide you that the Planning and Zoning Commission took this into consideration, and they recommended, their recommendation was to deny the plan development, having 2 votes for and 2 votes against. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have at this particular time.
Maybe during the discussion.
Of course.
Now, the next item is to call for the public hearing on case P 22-350. It is now 7:47. And we are opening the public hearing. Want to remind everyone to state their name and home address, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Tracy, is there anyone signed up?
Danny Hudson.
Before you start, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware the applicant is here and they do have a small presentation to give.
Okay. Before or after the public hearing? During the public hearing? Okay. So the applicant would like to come and speak. Are they entitled to the 3 minutes or longer? Okay, you do not have to abide by the 3 minutes. Yes, you need name and address to the microphone, please, for the recording.
Adam Branscombe, 2138 Welch, Houston, Texas, 77019.
You need to speak into the microphone. We have a
Need to speak into-
recording
okay.
and you need to speak in the microphone.
That's fine. So I want to start by saying communication. It's what we ended on during zoning. What I want to begin with tonight. So as Nathan mentioned, during zoning, we had a 2-2 vote. But I think, Dane, you received an email from Scott Harris. Scott actually voted no. And when the meeting was over, he came over to me and asked me if he could hear a little bit more. He just wasn't quite there. So I met with Scott and discussed some things with him, and he said, okay, Adam, let me take a little bit and think about this. And he later gave me a call back and let me know that he sent you an email saying that if he had to do it over again, he would support this this matter. So I think even though we got a 2-2 no on that, the person has changed their mind and regrets that vote.
Yes.
Yes, that's
into
the
the
first.
microphone.
That's the first thing. Second, when it comes to traffic, I asked a friend of mine who's on the, he's a nominee for the Houston or Harris County Appraisal Board to give Precinct 3 a call for me and try to figure out where this widening of Zion Road was and a little bit more about traffic. And currently, there is a traffic impact analysis that sits with the school board right now. And that has not been approved yet. But according to the county commissioner's office, that impact study and proposal plan will reduce traffic on Zion Road significantly through the school. We can pass along the county commissioner's office number to anybody that wants to talk to them and anybody that needs I think it's the project manager that you spoke with, Randy, the project manager's phone number also for this. I spoken to several other people and people on my team have spoken to several other people and communicated with several other people that were for or against, this development. Some of them have come around and are now for it, just because they don't like the alternatives. Some of them have still said they're against it. I think Danny Hudson right here behind me still does not support it, but I've spoke with Danny not several times, once during the last meeting, then earlier today. I understand his concerns. What we've asked for at the last meeting, we asked for today is communication about those concerns. So we tried to reach out and really push that effort. I think that what it sounds like is most people are used to the types of developers that have come in and clear cut and really just ruined the feel of Tomball. What we want to do is something better. I think Nathan and city planning can tell you this. We want to be ingratiated into the community. We want to be part of the community. A number of our people on our team live in this community. So Randy, will you go to the next slide? This was showing you this. This was our original concept. During zoning, I kind of explained this. We had just gotten through with a project on Little York Road off 290 for a machine shop that does work with GE and SpaceX here in town. And they still need more space. So we were looking for a piece of land that we could build single operator, single use. We could build something for them that we don't have to go through the city approval on, don't have to, don't really have to ask for a lot of permissions. We just go through the county. So this is what we were originally looking at. And it was at this point, also along the way, that I had met another person with the city of Tomball. She's with the EDC, Kelly Violet. And we started working on another project with her. Go to the next one, Randy. Another project with Kelly called Tomball Station. Kind of ironic that we had the train station people up here earlier, because this is kind of what this is based off of. And we got to thinking, why do we want to take this 22 acres that we found, clear cut it, and really just not work with the city, not be a part of it? So you can keep on flipping, Randy. We decided at that point that we would go the hard route. So we called city planning, started talking to them about this piece of property. It's not the easiest thing to do to come up here and pass with you guys. It's not the easiest thing to get constituents on our side. We knew that they weren't going to enjoy development and growth. No one ever does. It's never loved. But we decided to keep going the hard route and do it this way. My business partner lives right down the street from here, right down the street on Zion Road. And he really wanted to see that go through. He really wanted to see something different, something better, to be able to set a standard for development projects in Tomball. So that's where we came up with Zion Village. Just flip through a little bit, Randy. So, starting, prices, people were concerned about price points. Start basically $500,000. Tax revenue, $7+ million over 7 years. These aren't starter homes by any means. They're not luxury McMansions by any means also, but we have a lot of luxury features in these homes. And the neighborhood itself is a much more luxurious neighborhood than anything else that you have in Tomball, from the standpoint of price point and the maturity that the neighborhood will fill. preserving trees, creating spaces that people can use, actually being focused on that, being focused on how people are able to use spaces, how people are able to live, not just in a home, but in the surrounding areas is extremely, extremely important. Especially today with stress, day-to-day life, we find ourselves focused, on wellness and how activities around the home, how activities in your neighborhood impact lives. And that's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to clear cut go back one, Randy. We're not, no, keep the other way. We're not trying to clear cut a neighborhood. These are examples of what happened to our neighbors. You had forests, and then you had clear cut homes, clear cut trees. Keep going, Randy. Our building practices are preserving trees, not only for the beauty, but for privacy, conservation. It promotes wildlife. What you get next door at these neighborhoods, it does not promote wildlife. We're trying to do something greater with this development. Go on, Randy. So if you look at the Woodlands, you get a higher price point as far as price per square foot. There's a reason for that. Neighborhoods with trees average 14% higher in sell price than neighborhoods without trees. Most people don't realize this, but when they go buy it, they feel it. When they sell, they feel it. It's fine, keep going, Randy. So this is what a little bit further than what you have, Nathan. This is the proposed buffer that we've given. So you have a 20-foot reserve that is managed by the HOA and the city, not just the HOA. People fear that we're going to go cut this down. It's not going to happen. Then you have another 15-foot setback before any building lines are in place. So the actual depth of a reserve is 35 feet, not just the 20 that's in the reserve. Also, Nathan, the lot size, if you can include the reserve, it's 135 foot deep. I think he said maybe 105 or 100. It's 135 foot deep. We actually had this at 9,000 square feet per lot at one point, but we did not have a boulevard in this. So it was a single two-way street. And we took that to Jared with city planning, and he wanted to, keep that boulevard. Our initial intent was the boulevard, but when he, there was a little bit of pushback on size, so we went back and forth on that. And so we'd gotten up to 9,000 square feet, which we can do with the property. But I think everybody thought it was important to keep those walking trails and the beauty of the neighborhood by not just clear cutting that median. Go to the next slide, Randy. So if you look at people were really worried about density, and this isn't the only place. I can look at the neighborhood next door, and I can take several different instances. The overall neighborhood does give you a less dense feel, but that's because there's a lot of land in there that is not usable. There's a lot of land that's blocked off by backyard to backyard. So if you take actual used property and you look at what the density is, our density is not that far off from the neighborhood next door. And you can see this on several different examples that we could provide for you. From the standpoint of drainage, we're putting underground detention. Currently, we set 15% above the required amount from the city and the county. Next slide. This is just, some of the stuff about us. We have an office here in Tomball. We have an office, River Oaks. We have an office in Dallas. You can kind of thumb through those. It's kind of boring stuff, but you can see it. Keep going. Keep going. I think there's some stuff following this, Randy. Is that correct? No. So go back to the video and then we'll just kind of end with that. What we really want to get across though, guys, is that we're not here to try to push this thing through from the standpoint of just bulldozing everything, bullying everything over. We really want to have a communication with the city and with the community. We don't want to be the big bad developer. I was talking to a young man outside in the hall about a toy he was playing with. It kind of looked neat, and that's what he called us. It's not what we are. His name's Eli. Pretty bright little kid back there. It's not what we are. We're not here to run over people. We're here to work with everybody in the community. That's really what we want more than this, just this project to go through, more than our other project that we're working on with the city to go through. We want to be a part of the community. We want to ingratiate ourselves to you and be here for any thoughts, questions, and concerns, and really work to be a part of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Danny Hudson.
Hi, it's Danny Hudson, 12777 Zion Road. My driveway dumps directly into the west side of this property, so I'm directly affected. Lived there over 14 years within the city limits of Tomball for about 18. Great presentation. I'm almost feeling like buying a few of these after that, but let's blow away some of the smoke and look at this as for what it really is. This does not fit any of our guidelines. It doesn't fit the city guidelines of 6,000 square foot a lot. I took the liberty of looking up the two subdivisions, the Reserve and Raleigh Creek, the last 5 years sales for lot sizes. 1.28 acres is the average lot size sold in the last 5 years at the Reserve. That's 10.45 times bigger than these proposed lots. Raleigh Creek, average size, 10,420 square feet lots. 1.98 times bigger than these proposed lots. These lots don't fit our city guidelines. They don't fit the estate agriculture guidelines. They don't even fit our future land development guidelines, a half acre. We're nowhere near what we have said we're going to do with this property. We bought our homes, we built our homes, and we're improving our homes with these safeguards in mind for us to be certain that the city limits of Tomball are going to be protected for what we've invested our money, our time, and our families into. This is not part of it. Beautiful development, just not for where we're at. Traffic, that's an immediate problem. It's horrendous already. Everybody says the solution will widen Zion Road. That's pretty much been tabled by the county. Even if it wasn't tabled, as everybody here knows, TxDOT's been dealing with the city of Tomball since 2008. Much bigger, much more well-funded organization. We still haven't inked that in yet since 2008. So the idea of widening Zion is not even practical. Rerouting school traffic, man, let me see it. It's still on the table, hadn't even started yet. This is an immediate concern. Tomball put in a lot of thought, a lot of time, a lot of money into zoning for the protection and to control growth. We're running away from that with this development. It needs to go somewhere else. You're affecting two neighborhoods on both sides, the state homes on the other side. This isn't a modification of a fence, taking over an alley or opening up a business in a mixed-use residential section. This is a major development going in, 99 homes, 350 yards, 350 feet. Let's look at this in scale. That is roughly the size of a football field with one end zone on it. He just said 135 feet roughly on both sides for the lots. What's that, 270? So we got 80 feet that they're going to put in a median. He's showing double roadways going in and going out. I want to see this to scale, because what you're going to see is a 5,250 square foot lot with a 2,500 square foot house on it. So the front yard and the backyard
Thank you.
is the
Mr.
same size as the house. This is nuts.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I would like to remind everyone that, yes, you can do this, but please, no clapping, no speaking out of turn on our speakers. Want to maintain a decorum. Thank you.
Donald Marshall Brown.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Donald Marshall Brown, and I live at 12606 Sherburne Castle Court in Raleigh Creek subdivision. I've lived in the city of Tomball since 1995. I concur with the previous speaker regarding the potential flooding, size of the lots, and other items. But I'm most concerned about the increase of traffic that's on Zion. Back in August 2022, I talked to the precinct and I talked to an engineer and about the construction on Zion and asked about the status. As you know, Zion is a Harris County road, and they have been doing some long-range planning on it to maybe a 4-lane highway to eliminate congestion. I was told that both the city and the county had tabled it and had agreed not to upgrade Zion, but had agreed that they would go towards the upgrade on East Huffsmith Road, I guess from the ball fields all the way to 2978, I believe. He wasn't too sure because he's probably in the precinct and everything. And that they, so from my viewpoint, there's no upgrade for a minimum of 5 years. I mean, probably longer than that. So that's one thing. With over 315 homes in Raleigh Creek, that means 640 vehicles, counting 2 vehicles per family, and probably about 100 families or 100 homes in the reserve at Spring Lakes. That's probably about 150 cars. The east-west traffic of Creekside students that attend Tomball High School, their parents, the kids, and people going to the Woodlands travel Zion all time of the day. And it's getting best at difficult to even get out. I'm sure that some accidents have been reported to Zion with the police department, but it will only get worse if this subdivision is allowed to be built without Zion being upgraded first. Street flooding will most likely occur. I know that construction will be painful, and hopefully this will make Tomball safer in the future. As Raleigh Creek has designed with only one entrance exit, Zion floods. We will be trapped in the subdivision and there'll be no way in or out. I saw the concept. I saw no concept of a retention pond. Maybe this underground facility complies, I don't know, but we had to put a retention pond in. The reserve did. I strongly recommend that the plan on this new subdivision be voted down at this time because of the traffic that it will create. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Pierce.
Hi there, Michelle Pierce, 31303 Riley Creek Drive. I live in the last section of Riley Creek that was created, and I sit about 8 inches higher than my back neighbors. It was only because I called over and over again. French drains were put in to all down our street to protect our back neighbors from flooding. Our developer, you know, he had great ideas. He had a beautiful concept, just like you guys, but he had to come up to this city council, and the city's told him, hey, you know what? You got a pool? You're going to have to put in a few parking spots for that pool. That's something you don't have in your plan that you might get kickback with. And he had a beautiful gazebo and all this luxe tennis court. And guess what? The city said, you know what? you're gonna have to put that parking lot there and you're gonna need a retention pond because you cut down too many trees. You're gonna run into some of that too. So I'm looking at 99 homes and I've got a little girl who rides 3 seats to a bus because there's a bus driver shortage. I'm a preschool teacher. There's a teacher shortage. Our schools are at capacity right now, and you guys know that. 99 new homes with all these new, question, who's gonna be the buyer of these homes? Like $500,000? Is it new families? It's not gonna be retirees or stairs, right? So I don't know any new families that are gonna buy into a $500,000 home with no yard for their kids to play in. So I'm curious about who are they gonna get into these homes? Because they started our neighborhood out with high ideals, but you know what? Those high-end developers backed out, and then we had to get DR Horton in there to fill in because all sorts of stuff, kickback that Jim Sperlin was getting from the city. Now, it's not neither here nor there. Love the concept, love this development. This is just the wrong location. In addition, we got the Spring Creek Trailway back there. That thing's floods. Okay, eventually that creek is gonna have to be dredged. All right, San Jacinto had to be dredged by the Army Corps. They got a lot of money from the state to do that. Eventually that's gonna, I mean, this is such low priority with flooding, right? But it's gonna come down to that. Because I know Montgomery County and Harris County have plans to extend the Spring Creek Park walkway. You can walk from the Woodlands all the way to 45 on the trail. They want to extend that from Tomball Spring Creek Park through that Woodlands. So that's going to come down the pipeline eventually, 10 years maybe. So, well, that's going to, get rid of some trees back there too. So we're going to lose trees left and right. And we're just worried about flooding. And if the default flood is funnel it to the creek, my thing is we got to dredge that creek and do something, because as of Harvey, there was no way in or out of Riley Creek. And that was with 1/8 of the subdivision developed. And now we have full subdivision developed. So we're just waiting for that next big storm. I say table it, leave it agriculture for now until we get our next big storm. They rework that, the city and you go back and forth, say, you know what, you're going to need those parking spots there. You're going to need that retention pond there. Just get that plan worked out solid before we approve it. Thank you.
William Sumner.
Bill Sumner, 12321 Zion Road, Tomball, 77375. I'm not against development because I'm on the EDC, which you all know. So I'm just against this development. I want to praise the staff for a really unbiased presentation. And if you don't think that's not sarcasm, then you're in trouble. Okay. It's not the job of the city of Tomball to make money for developers. It's not your job to let them build 99 houses in there in 22 acres. It's your job to do the best use of the land for the city of Tomball and for the citizens of Tomball. So you look at the lots in Raleigh Creek, you look at the lots in the Spring Creek Reserve, and they want to build 5,000, that's what they say. You do a PD, you're gonna probably not have a 5,000 square foot lot. So a PD doesn't really fit what should go in there. I have no problem if they want to put SF20 homes in there. Now, they're not going to be able to build 99 SF homes, but they could probably build 30 or 35. So again, that fits into what we want up in that area. And that's what's there at that area now. Okay. And I'm just not sure how on 22 acres, you put 100 homes and then all these amenities they're talking about, big roads, swimming pool. I'm really leery. I've seen too many developers make all these promises and they haven't come true. All you have to do is go look at some of the subdivisions that have been built. So he wants to work with us. Okay, work with the city. Build SF20 homes in there. And everybody will be fine with that. Thank you.
Patricia Daly.
I'm nervous tonight. Hi, my name is Patricia Daly. I live at 30818 Spring Lake Boulevard in Tomball, along with my husband, George Daly. We are against the requested rezoning. We are not alone in this opposition, as neighbors in the reserve at Spring Lake, Raleigh Creek, and Zion Road are also opposed. We appreciate the opportunity to address City Council and the mayor tonight and trust that the voices of this community will be considered in your vote. We believe squeezing 99 2- and 3-story home sites within this narrow 22-acre parcel off an already heavily traveled Zion Road goes against the city of Tomball's desire to prevent overcrowding and preserve green space. The city of Tomball does not need to develop every piece of land in this area. It would be a shame to destroy this native woodland area that has sheltered local wildlife over the years. We are also very concerned about the drainage. Stormwater management is already strained on Zion Road, and even if proposals are reviewed by city and county engineers, our concern is if it is not executed properly, adverse effects could arise to the new homeowners as well as adjacent properties. Regarding the proposed 20-foot buffer of trees, from our vantage point, almost all of the western edge of the 22-acre parcel where the utility easement is located today has very little foliage in that area. Without a bigger buffer, more trees will be taken out than left behind. And given the very small lot sizes, there's not much room for anything but the house. And that also assumes that designated trees are not damaged during the building process in such a tight area. And it would be decades before replacement trees could grow to similar size. The city of Tomball needs to ensure that development growth is performed in a responsible manner that does not hinder city services of infrastructure and public safety. But this high-density planned development rezoning for this small parcel only adds to the current Zion Road overcrowding, drainage issues, and destroys the wildlife green space. Therefore, we are against this proposal. Thank you so much for listening.
Sam Jumper.
Hi, my name is Sam Jumper, and I live at 30831 Raleigh Creek Drive. Been there since 2019, new to Tomball, came from Katy. Best decision I made. I just want to echo what most of my points have already been mentioned, but I'll echo them anyway. I feel like the Raleigh Creek, adjacent to the east side of the proposed development is comprised of 9,000 square foot lots at a minimum. The lot that we live on is almost 14,000 square feet. So I think it's not fair to say that 300 homes are on 9,000 square feet. So, the whole idea of these 5,250 square foot homes, somebody said something about scale. I think scale is really important because, there might be a 20-foot buffer with some trees on it, but what we're going to see from Raleigh Creek is literally home after home after home after home, 2 and 3 stories. That's all we're going to see. Today, what we see is a beautiful forest. And, we moved to where we moved because we wanted to be in a place that was rural. And that's what I feel like we have right now. And what we won't have a rural feeling, at least when we look to the west, if this planned development happens. So let's see, what else did I have? Oh, no one's mentioned the privacy for the people that are in Raleigh Creek on the that are adjacent to this new development. Almost every home there, in fact, I think every home that backs up to that new development is a 1-story house. So even though and right behind them, directly behind their fence, is a 1-lane road called Gun Club Road, I think. But right behind that's going to be this 20-foot barrier. So literally we're looking at 40 feet from their back fence is going to be 2- and 3-story homes, one right after the other, probably 10 feet between them would be my guess, 5 feet on each side. So I just think that's going to be a sad thing to look at. So I would like for you guys to preserve the rural feel by voting against this proposed rezoning. Thank you.
Rachel Worthing.
Can you change the picture real quick? Okay. back to the one at Reserve at Spring Lake. There's one of the. Real quick.
Do you know where you submitted it?
I don't know, it was in the presentation. I just think it's helpful. Okay, that was fine.
This is the Zion Village proposal. Did you send a?
No, it was in one of the presentations, but it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Rachel Worthen, 12926 Mossy Shore, Tomball, Texas, 77375. City council members and mayor, your own vision statement mentions coming together to create the future of Tomball to include sense of community, place to be proud of, hometown feeling. The community has come together to show this city we are proud of, to show this is the city we are proud of, and we are joining together opposing this development. In the Tomball Comprehension Plan 2030, the plan's vision discusses partnering with developers to provide a variety of housing products compatible with existing neighborhoods and meeting existing and future residential needs, but do not jeopardize existing development. This proposed neighborhood is not compatible with the current neighborhoods around this estate side of Tomball. It also greatly jeopardizes the reserve at Spring Lake and Riley Creek properties. The people here today in this room, we are the new Tomball, and we will be the future council. In 20 to 30 years, we will be here. The younger generation is here to stay, and we want this hometown feeling. If we keep approving developments, not preserving trees and land, we lose that small town feel that we're known for. We need to continue to improve Tomball and develop, but based on the need. This develop is not what the community needs or wants. Everyone bought their homes with the current zoning in place, so they could enjoy the place they purchased. And we are sticking together opposing this planned development. Nearly 1/4 of this property that is being requested of this land overlooks the reserve's pond. This is a free view, free walking path, free upsell by this developer. The buffer provided will not prevent them from this access. The buffer will not block them from overlooking us from 2 to 3 story buildings. The pond view and the land view is what we paid for at the reserve at Spring Lake and at a premium. Now it's being compromised. Having additional traffic on our grass pond and sidewalks is going to cost us additional upkeep without contribution. There's no current upcoming planned developments that are focusing on estate living. This is a core reason many people are in Tomball and why many Tomball OGs are still here. The plan mentions tree preservation. How can you guarantee they don't cut down trees? Are you going to count the trees prior to development? Are you going to be on site when they're demoing the property? How do you hold someone accountable for this? We know the construction trees die and you cannot survive the stress of the trees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Joel Ocasio.
My name is Joel Ocasio. I live at 31007 Roanoke Woods Drive, Tomball, Texas, 77375. Sorry, a little nervous. I appreciate the time that the council and the mayor has allotted me to speak on this matter. I'm an Army veteran, a young one. I've been to Afghanistan twice. I just actually recently separated from the service in October of this year. I thought I left the fight behind, but I stand here today fighting a good fight, that I believe in. I'd like to remind the council that in April of this year, if my information is correct from the public sources I found, you voted against the 200 home development that would have been in the corner of 2920 and 2978, which are both 4-lane roads already. You all cited that the traffic concerns and the density and the small 6,000 square foot lots were a concern. That is the same exact thing as what's going to happen here with 99 houses here. In addition, I just looked today on ZAR and the last home sold parallel to Zion Street. I think it's Huffsmith is a Grand Junction Reserve that is being built. They just sold a 6,200 square foot lot with a 2,800 square foot house at 374. You're going to sell the same type of house for $500,000. I guess they're gonna gold plate it, so. I'd like to also draw attention to the schools, as one of my neighbors had mentioned that the schools are at capacity or getting close to, as you all already know. I don't have to remind you as well how the funding is allocated in the state of Texas. The richer a district is, the higher property value, higher income earners, which are great to have in the city, but if not planned for, will slash our funding. HISD has 50% of their funding going to poorer districts, even though they have the third, fifth ward and leave their disenfranchised behind. I'd also like to point out that a uniform crime report, which is given to anybody who wants to see it by the FBI and the Department of Justice, that the higher population density, the higher rate of crime. I don't think that they're going to sell homes to Scarface or Al Capone over there, but it will lead to the high propensity for DUIs, criminal mischief, drugs coming into the city, and I just don't want that. And if I may say, hopefully not trying to kiss up, but I voted for you, Mayor, on the platform that you stated you wanted controlled development and smart development, which attracted me very much to the home that I love, the place that I planted roots. I'm from New York City originally. I don't want to see a can of sardines next to me. Thank you very much.
Lauren Patlock.
My name is Lauren Tadlock. I live at 30911 Roanoke Woods Drive, along with my two kids, one of which is out here listening to his audiobook and reading another book, and was the one mentioned earlier who spoke with the developer. And so I underscore many of the things that have already been said, all of them. And I also have many of the same concerns. My son that I just mentioned is going to school, and what he talks about every day in our schools, and kids literally running over one another because there's literally not enough room. They don't have any lockers because there's not enough lockers for all the kids. And so they have to carry every single thing they need in their backpack. I don't know if you saw him, he's skinny, and his backpack weighs about as much as he does. And I have concerns about their developing bodies that are carrying everything they need with them because they can't have lockers. So the density that we're talking about for this development is not appropriate according to our own guidelines, which I think have already been discussed. The additional traffic, I get stuck in the Zion Road traffic every day. We can see from what's already been presented that from the time that gets funded, it's going to take at least 4 years for that to be completed. So maybe we wait till then and then talk about it, right? I think that what's already been cited about the density and the size of the lots, and what's already been the way, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. What is supposed to be the vision for our community, which, to be honest, that's why I moved here. I've been here for 3 years. I grew up in a small town south of Houston, Texan my whole life. I moved from there up into Pearland, and then realized that wasn't quite the feel that I was looking for. And when I came up here and looked, I realized this was the look and feel of where I wanted to grow up, or where I wish I would have grown up, and where I wanted to raise my kids. And when I look at the development that's been planned here, I don't see that matching with our community and the way things are supposed to be in our community. So I'll underscore the traffic issue, which already has been talked about, the density, which I think is not appropriate here. This was already zoned, and I actually checked into how it was zoned before I bought my house, because my house does back up to the trees directly. And I am concerned about these multiple large homes looking into tall homes, looking into my backyard. It absolutely changes my privacy, and it changes what I bought and even paid a premium for when I bought my home. And I looked into how it was zoned, and it was supposed to stay agricultural. And so I think to go back and change that now is, I don't want to use an insightful word, but a little bit deceitful for those people who've already purchased homes backing up to that property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone that did not sign up to speak that would like to speak? For 3 minutes, yes. Yes, because the developer has already spoken. The owner has already spoken.
It's not the same
No, you have 3 minutes. State your name and address.
My name is Matt Kimmich. I live on Zion Road on 31435 Bearing Star Lane. I'm from Tomball also. I've been here 7 years. I'm a member of the gun club. I love this community. Unfortunately, this is a piece of property that while I would love to make larger lots, I'd love to do SF20 if I could. The financials just aren't there. Spring Lake Estates was on the market for an extremely long time, and the developers, it's just not profitable for business. As much as I may be hated, this is how I feed my family. I've been a developer for 15 years. I've built over 500 luxury homes all throughout Texas. It just doesn't work. While we bought this property, or we have this property under contract, we will purchase this property and we will own this property. Being a resident of Tomball, being right down the street, having the gun club right next door to where I live, I want this property to be beautiful. I want it to be green. I want it to stay the way it is. But the only way we can do this financially is to do a project like what we're talking about. Otherwise, this is not, just to clarify, this is not a Tomball owned property. This is not in the city. This is Harris County. I don't have to have any approval to go build a warehouse, to build an industrial park, to build anything that that I can go to Harris County. I don't want that. I live on Zion also. I agree with everybody here, but there is no other development that works on this piece of property that any developer can come in and actually produce something better, something different. I'm an architect by trade. I'm not just a builder like David Weekley, who's coming in trying to slam a bunch of homes in. As you can see, the effort and attempt by my group made to present a product that is different to Tomball, that's different than everything else that's being built right now. You look at every other development that's been approved here, it's terrible. And I agree, we need better developers, better developments, and we need to be held to a higher standard. And that is what we're trying to do here. And so to make this project work, to make it work for the community, this is the product that must go in. Otherwise, we're going to get something that nobody's going to win. And they may take it as a win, but other than this, the only other design for this property, you're not going to get a one-off person to come in and just live there on that acreage. It has to be developed and it has to be financially viable in order to be developed. And this is what I'm trying to do.
Thank you. All right, yes. Please state your name and address.
Name is Edward Weaver. I live at 3119 Winfield Court. I've been a resident of Tomball for less than a year. And we moved here for all the reasons you've heard. We were looking for a place that we could retire to that had a small town feel and allowed us to stay out of the urban life. Now, the thing that concerns me, not only all the things that everybody here has mentioned, it's not just the flooding, the density of the housing. It's really about how we, as people, citizens of Tomball, look at our life and how we feel about what happens in our neighborhoods. I can tell you right now, this is a very determined bunch. They will not let anyone do anything that's not consistent with the way things in Tomball have been done. Now, there is something that I kind of object to. One is the inference that if they don't get their way, they're going to build a warehouse because they can go to the county of Harris and build one there. So if we don't fall in line with their particular agenda, we're going to get something we don't want. I don't know that Harris County has any kind of a zoning on that land, but I would hope that they could not do it without some sort of coming in, doing the whole public comment and walking away with a win. Because we're not going to be any less determined then than we are now. It's not right. It's not fair for the people who have invested. And it's not fair to the families of those who have invested. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, this will be the last one. Please come up and speak for 3 minutes. And then we will be closing the public comment period.
Hi, thank you guys for your time, first of all. My address is 31106 Going Manor. I live in Raleigh Creek. My name is Devaney Davison. I am in the construction industry. I work for the second largest construction company in the nation. I'm all for developing. And the other plans we saw tonight within the city, I think we were all excited for. So I don't think there's a question about growing Tomball and developing Tomball. We don't feel 99 homes on 22 acres is appropriate. Like everyone has said, the flooding, the traffic, our police officers, the schools, the teachers, the school bus. We don't have many restaurants to go to as it is. It's not feasible. 22 acres with 99 homes and a pool and a hiking trail is not feasible. I just kind of want to drive again the point of 3-story homes looking into estate homes. They bought their homes saying this is going to be a wooded reserve, and they weren't expecting 3-story houses that you see downtown to be looking into their backyard, as well as our neighbors in Raleigh Creek, who will also have to deal with that. So I just really would like you guys to, put yourself in our shoes and consider what we all bought into and the traffic and the resources of Tomball. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I am. Yeah, but no, we're closing the public hearing. Okay, we are closing the public hearing at this point. Thank you all for your comments and your voice. It is, what is it, 8:40? It is 8:40 p.m. and we are now closing the public hearing. So the next item is consideration to approve zoning request by Zion Woods LLC, presented by Blue Cat Building Group to amend chapter 50 of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by rezoning 22 acres out of the Joseph Miller survey. This is entertain a motion by caption only to read the ordinance. This is not to vote on the ordinance. It's to a motion to read the ordinance.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? No. Call for the vote. Tracy?
Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 2022-41, an ordinance of the city of Tomball, Texas, amending chapter 50 of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by changing the zoning district classification of approximately 22.84 acres of land out of the Joseph Miller survey, abstract number 50, from agricultural district to the planned development district to promote single-family residential development. The property is generally located within the 12700 block of Zion Road within Harris County, Texas, providing for the amendment of the official zoning map of the city, providing for severability, providing for a penalty of an amount not to exceed 2,000 each day of violation of any provision hereof, making findings of fact and providing for other related matters.
Okay. The next item is I'll entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 2022-41 on first reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Nathan, I appreciate you working diligently to get that landscape, the tree buffer.
Yes, sir.
Along the backside of the property of the lots. I'm just concerned that we have 2 subdivisions that have very large lots on either side of this proposed subdivision. And it's just, even then, I just don't think that 99 lots on 22 acres is something that, we're really looking for. Even with the price, the proposed price of the homes, I'm just concerned that this just does not work between the 2 subdivisions.
All right, that's any other discussion?
In reference to Zion Road being widening, I've spoken to precinct 4 prior to when precinct 4 handled the area. I've spoken to precinct 3. I have pretty much been told that program has been killed because of the cost. In reference to, the subdivision itself, I'm not in favor of putting that many homes on that small lot of land. I mean, I think we need to do a minimum SF9. I know you've talked about doing warehouses. I could also tell you, we've had warehouses built outside of the city limits of Tomball, and they've come back and wanted to be annexed because of the services that Tomball provides. And Tomball, we will not do it. So be careful with what you do prior, because don't come to us afterwards and expect us to annex you. That's not a guarantee. So I will be voting against.
Nathan, David and I have talked to precinct 3, and the
Yes, sir.
gentleman they're talking about is Aaron, who's the engineer there. They're not even talking about Zion at this time. It's East Huff Smith they want to widen first because it's a minor artery. We've told them that we don't want East Huff Smith widen right now, and what they've come back and said is they'll probably widen the Zion Huff Smith intersection at Johnny Bangs and put a red light up there to try to control some of the traffic. But it's not going to be widened anytime in this. Huff Smith will be widened for Zion. And so
Understood.
I'm the same way. Adam, y'all put a great proposal in. I think you did a great job on it. But I can't see, I'm against small lots in the first place. That's the reason I ran. And so I'm gonna be voting against it too.
Okay, any more discussion?
Joel, is it Joel?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service. I think you hit the nail on the head, because earlier in the year, we did turn down a similar project. And the concern there was those lot sizes. And if I heard correct, we're talking about a 50-foot width on this lot,
Correct.
which is 15 feet wider than this room for the entire width of the lot. And so I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned about the traffic, and now in light of what I've heard about Zion Road. But I'm also concerned about the city infrastructure, because we've got a lot on our plate with what we've already taken on in terms of development. And we need to keep doing that right. We need to keep supporting that, but there's a cost to that. And the city is bearing that cost, and we have the tax structure to support it. But I'm just afraid if we get too far ahead in our skis with a development like this, we will start to strain our own infrastructure. And, it was in the news the other day, Magnolia is having water pressure problems because they have developed too much, too fast, and they haven't kept up with the infrastructure. With all that said, I think the citizens say it the best. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with what's around it. And I think we need to listen to that, and I'll be voting no.
Let's call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now I'm assuming you'll all want to stay for the next item. If not, we'll see you. We're gonna be here another hour. The next item on the agenda is to consider approving zoning case 22-367. Please exit quietly. Please exit quietly. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. We wanted to hear everyone's voice. Thank you. Okay. Nathan?
Mayor, council. Sorry. Mayor, council, Nathan Dietrich with the Community Development Department. This is to hear zoning case P 22-367. This is requesting to change or amend the chapter 50 of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by rezoning approximately 0.32 acres of land legally described as being all of lots 41, 42, 43, and 44 in block 72 of the revised map of Tomball from single-family residential 6 to Old Town mixed use. And the property is located at 329 Texas Street. In the aerial image that's shown before you, you can see that it backs onto East Main, which is all zoned Old Town mixed use. The property is approximately 30 or 0.32 acres, and a single family residence has been located on the subject property since 1995, according to our HCAD records. The reason for the request is in October of this year was brought to city staff's attention that a parking area was being created in the rear of the subject property to facilitate spillover parking for the existing office and retail establishment is immediately south of the subject site. This site is the newly remodeled Remax building, if you are familiar. According to the section, or according to section 50-82 of our land use charts, parking lots for passenger trucks and trucks of less than 1 ton capacity are not permitted by right in the single family residential 6 zoning district that the property currently falls within. City staff sent a notice of violation to the owner of the property, informing him that the use of the site for commercial parking is not permitted by right in the current zoning district. The owner of the property wishes to rezone this as a solution to this issue, and so this is why it's before you today. If you'll see under some of the site photos that we took, here is what is adjacent to and surrounding the area. There is some adjacent other Old Town mixed use or retail developments that are immediately to the west, and then immediately to the rear of the property along along the common street is that they're all single family residential uses that are being utilized at that particular spot. In our zoning map, you'll see that this particular location is solely SF6, but does have adjacency to Old Town mixed use. In the future land use plan, the subject property and surrounding properties fall within Old Town mixed use category. According to the comprehensive plan, this land use category is intended to be highly walkable and promote a distinct sense of place. According to our comp plan, land uses should consist of a mix of residential, office, retail, entertainment, restaurants, and public facilities. Secondary uses include bed and breakfast lodgings, live work buildings, places of assembly, or even venues with home professions. The comprehensive plan recommends the Old Town and Old Town mixed use zoning district to achieve the goals of the Old Town land use category. Section 50-79 of Old Town and mixed use district states the nature of the Old Town and mixed use district is a mixture of retail, commercial, and other non-residential uses, along with the single family homes and multifamily uses. The city's comp plan endorses the continuation of this mixture of uses in this area. Our next slide shows our public notification map. And as you can see, out of the letters that were sent to the adjacent landowners or surrounding landowners within 300 feet of the property, there were 2 votes in opposition and 1 vote in favor. So in the recommendation slide, city staff would like to recommend approval of zoning case P 22-367 for these reasons. The request to rezone the Old Town mixed use in accordance with the future land use plat, which identifies the subject property as being within the Old Town land use category. Rezoning the property as requested would achieve the goals and objectives outlined in the comprehensive plan, particularly in regards to growth and capacity by encouraging infill and redevelopment, while utilizing existing infrastructure within Old Town Tomball. The zone change request would promote the goal of encouraging development within the mixture of uses in a walkable environment. And according to the comprehensive plan, locating community facilities, services, and limited commercial services within near existing neighborhoods as the potential to create mutually beneficial synergies and a higher quality of life. The request will also achieve the community livability goal of encouraging the expansion of the whole town. And so it continues to grow as the city grows. Given the proximity to Main Street and other existing commercial businesses currently located within Old Town, this requested zone change will further encourage a mixture of land uses within the immediate area and would not be contrary to the comprehensive plan or future land use plan or the future land use plan map. We would also like to state that if you wouldn't mind going back to the other side, that planning and zoning, when they heard this, their recommendations were to deny with the request, deny the request with 3 votes in the opposition and 1 vote as yea. Pardon me. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you do have.
What were the reasons that P and Z denied this? Did we have our council liaison there or?
You want to go, you me tell them?
You're more than welcome. Well, there were some objections, and I know that there are some folks that are here to oppose that. There were some discussions as the connection between the parking lot of the existing RE/MAX structure that is, or the business that is currently there. They will have a connection to a single family residential. I mean, obviously, if it were to go through, it would be more of an Old Town mixed use, which allows both commercial and residential to exist in the property. But the concern was through traffic that would occur from the RE/MAX building all the way over to the parallel street to East Main. So that was one of the concerns, I guess, is what planning and zoning had.
When the building was built, did it meet our parking standards? It's a lovely building.
Yes, it did meet the parking standard, but what they're finding, just due to the existing kind of configuration and orientation of the property, even though that the parking meets our standard, it still is difficult to maneuver in that particular parking lot. And so the homeowner might be able to, or Colleen Pye is here as the applicant. She does have some additional information from that that proposed landowner that might help with understanding that a little bit further.
Is there any more questions of Nathan before we have the applicant come up? Oh,
We're supposed to get a motion and then questions in. Public hearing.
open the public hearing and then have Colleen?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so, thank you, Nathan. It is now 8:55 PM and we are opening the public hearing. We probably do have people signed up, but at this time, I'd like the applicant, if you'd like to speak, to come up, who is not subject to the 3-minute rule. Colleen Pye. Oh, it's been a long night.
Colleen Pye, 207 Florence, Tomball 77375. So when I purchased 329 Texas, one of the big problems, it wasn't really a problem for us, but it became a problem as we developed, as the land at RE/MAX got developed and the Book Attic got redeveloped. At one time, all the land belonged to family members that were divided up into parcels. Well, you could go right past RE/MAX and this little alleyway that wasn't an alleyway, and they just drive right through and right to Texas. Problem, safety problem. So I thought about just going ahead and putting up a fence. And as I was thinking about that, the other fence has fallen down. And Renee at RE/MAX Elite needed some parking space because it's very crammed in there. And it's very, what I think is pretty dangerous. So I just offered to lease that to her and not thinking that it was against policy. I've got plenty of yard left over. I've improved my property over the years. I put hardy plank, redone the windows, new everything, basically, because of the phrase, it was new everything.
I have plans on putting up 2 trees that passed away, unfortunately. We had to take those down, and I've taken those trees down to protect neighbors on both my sides. So I'm responsible in that respect. I don't need this to be, I want this to be Old Town mixed use, but I don't need it for anything other than just as parking. Thought about maybe putting an office building there, but I don't need to. I've got 3 other properties I can do that on. So I don't plan on making this an antique store or anything like that. It's really just to accommodate the parking on the backside. And one other thing I want to say to council is, and I have these signs in my truck that say, ask me about Old Town Tomball. As you know, I'm a realtor. And a lot of that came from the land use matrix. I was encouraging doing what council wanted. Now council's kind of changed their tune. And so that's a little bit confusing to my customers and just people in general, but I totally understand it. I live right next to a lawyer's office. I don't want that lawyer's office to be anything but a lawyer's office. I don't want it to be a cement truck place. I don't want it to be a coffee shop. I don't want it to be a bar. I don't want those things. I hope that city council will make that a priority this year of changing what Old Town mixed use really is. I think it's a big priority. From what I just heard today, and that was a lot of stuff. I think our town can be lovely. Our town is comprised of awesome, wonderful people. Just saw that with German Fest this weekend. I mean, my gosh, it was beautiful. And the way people talk about Tomball is what I want to continue to see. I ask that council consider my request. It really is just to accommodate the parking lot. And I think like I'm helping a fellow citizen and well, actually 3 business owners and rental in front. It gets very congested. I guess also I just want to point out that 601 South Cherry was approved by City Council 4 years ago. And I was promised, matter of fact, Mayor, you asked me to promise that it would be low impact. And it is still a leasing office today, same tenant. And I don't plan on making it a coffee shop or anything. I don't want that liability and I don't want that business 2 houses away from me. So I'm going to be responsible in making those choices for my fellow citizen. Thank you. Okay. Is there any signed up to speak, Tracy?
Thomas Nahar.
Okay, please name and address in 3 minutes.
Hello, Thomas Najjar. So I live in Magnolia, 24955 Decker Prairie, Rose Hill Road, Magnolia. But I purchased the house across the street at 314 Texas last year. And I bought it from a fellow that we go to church with, and he was selling a few houses that he got into with his sons and decided they couldn't do it anymore. So they had renters, and he wasn't going to sell this one, but I decided to buy it. I said, hey, is the renter a nice person? He was like, yeah, I'd love to keep her in there. If you're willing to keep her in there, then I'll go ahead and sell it to you now. So we did that. Have a single mother there. She lives across the street, and it's a nice little street. I mean, it feels very residential. And then, you know, the longer term plan was to buy it for one of our family members that lives in Sugar Land and is getting older, and we wanted to move out into Tomball for a lot of the same reasons that you heard from all these other people. So I got to speak with Jared Smith, the planner here, because I didn't know anything about this process or how any of these decisions were made. I just got a letter and I obviously missed the meeting last week. But he was telling me, I mean, he kind of educated me on how this works, what the future plans were, Old Town mixed use and what that meant. And so I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. I actually like the idea of blending the way Tomball is and the rest of Tomball and kind of expanding that. But he also did say that the Old Town mixed use zone is quite wide in its scope, and that there are plans to reduce that down to what really fits that scope of, you know, coffee shops, boutiques, places people want to walk and see. And I mean, for me personally, I don't want to look across the street at a parking lot that facilitates another business on Main Street. That doesn't, to me, feel like what the intended use was, but I can't speak for you guys because you guys are the ones that put that together. And if I'm misinterpreting that, then that's okay and I concede, but I'm not against it. I just, it sounds like with the wide scope that's there, things can be grandfathered in, once the zone change is made. And I would personally just like to see that scope kind of get refined and more fit for what the intent is before a zone change like this is made, because when you get off of Main Street throughout the rest of Tomball, you don't really have many parking lots other than like the churches. You have parking on the streets and it feels residential, and even like some of the coffee shops that are off. So I don't know. I mean, it's more of just a feel of lifestyle kind of thing, and bringing a family member out there in the future, rather not, be looking at a parking lot or another office building. It'd be nice to be something that kind of fits what Tomball already has. So that's all I had.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak that did not sign up? This gentleman right here. And then we will.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, council, appreciate y'all. George Kelly, 319 Texas Street, so on the property directly east of the subject property. Really glad all these people left. I'm not a good public speaker and I'm still, I think my watch is going off right now. So obviously what the gentleman just said, I live right next door. I have concerns with the parking lot being directly butted up against my fence line. That's really the main thing. I've lived in Tomball, I was born and raised here. My mother lives on Moore Street, one street over. So when it was time for me to buy a house, they were building these, and that was kind of where I wanted to be. So what I don't want though, so the other thing is my mom raised me. I don't ask for forgiveness first. I ask for permission. And with this entire process of the parking lot and all of this thing, it's just been done rather than really obtaining the correct way of doing things. And that didn't sit well with me. That, as well as just when she put all of the rock down, it brought her property up significantly. So I have some drainage problems now in my backyard up against that fence line, which is detrimental to that itself. The rock as well is butted up against the fence, causing pressure on it. I could probably sit here and keep going on, but I know Tomball is growing. I don't disregard that. Same thing. I want to see it grow in the right way. I don't want a parking lot next door to me. So yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Renee Leslie, and I live at 11906 Lucky Meadow Drive in Tomball. And I am the owner of two properties. I own the 310 East Main Street property, and I also own 318 Texas Street, which I purchased for my mother, hopefully to my parents to someday live there. So I totally understand and want to preserve the values, the look, the feel of Tomball. When I developed 310 East Main Street, there was the current Book Attic was on the property, and then there were two dilapidated older buildings. And I worked with the city very carefully with a recommended architect to make sure that we maintained the look and the feel to enhance Tomball. I love the city. It is my city. And that was our entire goal, was to make that a beautification of the city. I do own Remax, but the property that is owned by my LLC. We have the Book Attic, we have another boutique, Beautiful Bliss, and we have the Remax office. So those are the three. The parking situation was approved. There was, at the time when I went through the approval process, there was one neighbor that was concerned about the look and the feel of Colleen's property. What it did look like an alley, and that there was traffic that constantly came through that. And working with Colleen, we thought we had worked out a really good solution of making that more safe. There is a brand new fence. My property across the street, when I look, I don't see a parking lot. I have asked my staff and the business owners to utilize that to free up parking for our customers so that it doesn't get so congested at the front. Again, congested parking lots, while they may be approved, are not helpful. They aren't safe. They're not easy to get in and out of. We often have our Tomball police that pull people over right there. That's the parking lot that if there's somebody speeding through, this is where they're going to utilize. So I ask that you approve this project because I think it is beneficial on many, many levels. And it definitely helps all of our businesses.
Anyone else? Okay. You will be held to 3 minutes.
To my neighbor, and so that we don't make it look like a parking lot, I have a, was it three foot? I don't know. It's a shorter fence. We just thought it was cute, but I'd be happy to raise it. I'd actually be happy to pull it up towards the garage, make it look very uniform. Thought about putting a picnic table up front. People could use it. I don't care. It's not on my driveway, so I think that would make it look better. If it would make it look better, that's what I'm for.
Thank you. Okay, it is now 9:08. We are closing the public hearing. I will entertain a motion to read by caption only on first reading. Ordinance number 2022-42.
So moved. Second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 2022-42, an ordinance of the city of Tomball, Texas, amending chapter 50 zoning of the chapter code of ordinances by changing the zoning district classification of approximately 0.32 acres of land legally described as being all of lots 41, 42, 43, and 44 in block 72 of the revised map of Tomball from single-family residential SF6 to Old Town mixed use. The property is located at 329 Texas Street within the city of Tomball, Harris County, Texas, providing for the amendment of official zoning map of the city, providing for severability, providing for a penalty of an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof, making findings of fact and providing for other related matters.
Okay. I will now entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 2022-42 on first reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion.
It's kind of frustrating that we have this old town Tomball designation. And we have businesses go in that don't have, that might perceive to have adequate parking. But when reality hits, they don't. And that calls into question the whole concept of what we're doing in Old Town Tomball. These used to be beautiful old homes that have been converted to businesses. And I don't know what the answer is. I wish I did. I wish I could wiggle my nose and we can solve the parking problems, but we can't.
I see Colleen's side, and I see his side too. There's two sides. My problem is, this is the same thing we discussed behind CBS. That when the lady wanted to be able to sell her property either way, isn't it just like that?
Yeah, make a parking
The
lot.
problem is, we need to do changes to mixed use. So, Colleen, I know you would take good care of the property. I have no doubt about that. But the problem is, if we zone it that and say you fall over dead with a heart attack and your family sells that property, they can put a restaurant in there. And that's where I have an issue with mixed town use at this time. And you do too. I know you do. But that's where I've got it. When we start changing these things, that's why we don't do commercials so much. We don't do all these. We're changing something to make it correct for both people. I got a question, and maybe this is to you, David. That alleyway behind there is not in use. I mean, there's trees growing up in it. It's not being used. And I like your little gate in front of your property. I went by there and looked at everything. How much would that, if we did away with the alley? And like we've done before, do away with the alleyway, would that give you enough property to park some cars there and then keep it off of your area?
Who answered, Nathan?
Can you answer that, Nathan?
Sure.
What is the alleyway? 15 foot, 20 foot?
15,
15.
or I'm sorry, no, it is 20 feet. It is 20 feet there.
Because
So
it's not
what,
anything.
but what, yeah, right. So it's not improved.
Mhm.
It's still been platted as an alley. And from what we gather, we believe that there are actually city facilities that go up and down that alley. We're making sure of that right now, because that was one of the other questions that was proposed at planning and zoning. There is another solution that we did talk about that might be, and I don't know, I mean, it's really up to the owner, because why we came here today is because the owner decided to go this route, right? It's not staff making this presentation to you, it's the owner that's actually making the presentation. So inside single family residential 6, there is you can make an application for a conditional use permit for a parking lot. So I would assume that the authors previously noticed that there were situations like this throughout the city, that, there might be a need for adjacency to Old Town mixed use or other commercial parking lots, that there might be some sort of shared use that could occur. And so that might be a better vehicle for this to actually occur, because you as city council might act or can place conditions on that shared use. So if it's something that we want to see happen, that is a way for us to get there. And then you would be able to limit probably parking spaces, what type of lighting's back there, connectivity, types of material that are used to create the parking lot itself. That might be something
And it would
that
still be zone single family.
it would still be its own single family, couldn't use it as for any other sort of commercial uses, but there would just be shared parking that could occur.
So say it's a 80-foot deep lot or something like that, you could say 40 foot, the back 40 foot could be used as a parking lot or something like that.
You could, or it could be even less. I mean, we could sketch it out to say that what is reasonable when it comes down to a drive aisle, what is necessary, right? So if it's necessary for a fire lane, not sure if it actually is or not. I think the way that the parking lot currently exists, there's a proper fire lane that allows the fire truck to get to the rear of the property, which would give sufficient hose lay to the rest of the building. But it's, again, something that we could look into, and we could put pen to paper and try to figure it out.
Is that still, the end result is it's still a parking lot next to residential houses?
It would be a parking lot on a single family residential lot, but would be there would be limitations to that parking lot. So the single family home would still be there. It is not allowed. It would be accessory use to the primary use, which would be the single family. Yes, ma'am.
Nathan, let me ask you this question. Would we allow anybody else in this town to put a gravel parking lot in?
No, sir.
Okay.
And that was one of the discussions we had. And after discussing with Colleen, we stated that depending on the outcome of today's meeting, is that you still need to come in compliance with how you would install your parking, which would mean either to be asphalt or concrete.
How far does mixed use go into that subdivision? How many blocks over? Does it go all the way over to Carroll Street? Future land use?
From the future land use plan, it might be easier to show you a visual if I could. I
Yeah,
think it's
would
easier.
y'all
Yeah,
really-
actually, I think it goes another 2 or 3.
Yeah, would you show it,
yeah.
please?
But I'm pretty sure it does a number, probably 2 or 3 streets to the north and a little bit further to the east.
Because I remember a gentleman that wanted to do the one over by the hospital. He has a home over here, and he said someday he'd like to do a restaurant in his home. And I got several calls about that.
We could zoom out just a little bit.
Yeah, it goes all the way there.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what's shown in the brown hue. That's where the remainder of the future land use plan calls out to.
We gotta do something with that mixed use zone.
Colleen, do you have a renter in that house now? Do they mind those cars parked there? It's an Airbnb.
Right.
I have a short term.
Colleen Pie. I have a short-term renter in there right now. He does not mind the cars. Like I said, I'll do what I have to do to improve it, to make it look and feel like it's a regular home. I don't need this to be Old Town mixed use. I don't have any future plans for it. As I said, I've already got 3 other properties I could do that on, plus a lot. I don't need to be greedy. Don't need it. I'm just trying to help out Remax Elite, Book Addict, and Beautiful Bliss.
So you'd be willing to do a conditional use permit?
Absolutely. And that when zoning said that, I felt, to be really honest, if there was a lot of confusion, what you were saying as well, that we have not set down. When I found out about the land use and stuff, it was a surprise to me. I'd lived here only 2 years, but I never heard anything about it. But truth be told, wasn't involved in city. And a lot of other people were not aware of that either. My friend Lisa Daniels will say, oh, I don't want that. But yet, you know, I feel like we need to hammer down on corner of Epps and Cherry. Come on.
Thank
They
you.
have 10 vehicles there.
Yeah, I do have a question, Nathan. How did the driveway get built on a gravel driveway with what we had before? How did this even happen? How did it even happen?
Well, in the presentation, it was stated that, you know, we were brought, it was brought to our attention. So we ended up sending out our code compliance officers. We found that it was built without a proper permit, or it didn't come to us first before it was built. It's probably the best
And
way to
that's
say
been
it.
recent, in the last couple of years? I was just asking how we even got to this point, that's all.
Sure.
That's
and
okay. Thank
there-
you.
But to just say, there's a lot of times that things happen
Yeah.
without our knowledge, and then it's either
Yeah.
brought to our attention via a code compliance kind of situation, and then we
Right.
deal with it the best way we can to come into compliance.
It's a
And this is one of
complicated
those
code.
vehicles. Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's the most number of cars that have parked there?
No.
Did you want, you had your hand up. Did you want to come back and speak? No, why don't you come to the microphone? I'm sorry I interrupted you. You had your hand up, so
You know, like I said, with the concern about
you have 3
the,
minutes.
yeah, oh, yes, ma'am, it won't take that long. With the concern of the parking lot, you know, and she's right, there's only about 5 or 6 cars that usually go in there. However, the lot is so small, 5 or 6 cars is still a significant amount. And you can't turn around. So the way you pull in, you're gonna have to back out without potentially backing up into my fence. And I don't want to have to put security cameras up, because what happens if they do hit my fence and they tear the fence down? You know, now I'm having to go through different processes. They're going to say they didn't do it. Somebody did it. But, you know, that's the other concern for me, is what happens when inevitably they do hit that fence? When you got an F-250 coming in there and they got to turn around or back all the way up, there's not enough room. So that, as well as, you know, coming across the alleyway, I didn't think that that was allowed in the city ordinance. I think I wrote down 39.2, something of that nature. That, as well as, it's not 20 foot, that alleyway, I mowed the back of it, I weed eat it. From my fence to the neighboring property, it's a 10 building. I believe it's also an Airbnb. It's 12 foot, 13 foot max between there. Like, it's not 20 foot alleyway. And I don't know if they're on top of where they're supposed to be or not, but it's not, so.
Any other questions? Okay. I forgot, okay, Okay, this would be the last comment because we're gonna close.
That alley, what it looked like an alley, was there when I bought it.
Yes.
It was there.
Discussion, so we call for the vote? Is that where we- Call for the vote.
You're waiting on one. Motion fails.
No.
Motion fails unanimously.
Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda.
Mayor. That does not preclude her from coming back in.
No, she can come back in.
Okay. All right. Last item before executive session, is this correct? Oh, one more. Okay. Next item on the agenda. Already did the public hearing 22 is. I lost my place. 22. Okay. Next on the agenda is consideration to approve zoning case P 22-394. Nathan?
One last time. Mayor Council Nathan Dietrich, Community Development Department. I bring before you case P 22-394. It's a request to amend sections 50-2 of definitions and section 50-82 of the land use regulations chart. Of the City of Tomball's Code of Ordinances by adding revising standards pertaining to the market open air flea. So as previously we brought before you as a discussionary item to come up with some wording and some changes to these particular sections of the ordinance. The current land use regulations chart in the City of Tomball Code of Ordinances contains a market open air flea land use that is not defined within the Code of Ordinances. And so we wanted to make sure that we added one to clarify the land use category by adding this definition that clearly defines that open air market. Additionally, the current code of the ordinance allows open air markets by right in Old Town mixed use and light industrial zoning. And then also within the commercial zoning district as a conditional use permit. In an effort to guide the development of open air markets, city staff is proposing that the conditional use permit be required in all 3 zoning districts. Conditional use permits provide an opportunity to govern where open air markets are to be located as well as when they may operate. Additionally, conditional use permits provide opportunities to adopt limitations governing a variety of factors included but not limited to hours of operation, total vendors allowed within a market, and also site lighting. So as we recommend, this is the proposed or the proposed definition as we would like to add to our current ordinance, which is market open air, a temporary outdoor marketplace where 2 or more vendors are on a private property, where produce, merchandise, food, or other products are distributed, offered for sale, or sold directly to the customers. We would also like to recommend to add to, as previously stated, that in the use regulations chart, that we add each of those particular called out districts of Old Town mixed use, light industrial, and also commercial to all be conditional use permits with this change. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this particular time.
Okay, any questions of Nathan?
Oh, and I
Go ahead.
apologize, I forgot one thing. When we brought this forward to Planning and Zoning Commission, there was no questions that were asked and it was voted unanimously to approve.
All right, before we have the public hearing, any questions of Nathan?
consideration of the.
Oh, got to get that right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Nathan. Next item is conduct the public hearing case for E 22-395. It is 394. It is now 9:27 PM and we are opening the public hearing. Tracy, is anyone signed up to speak? Is anyone here who would like to speak who has not signed up? Okay. No one else going to speak, so we are closing the public hearing at 9:28 PM. I will entertain a motion to read by caption only on first reading ordinance number 2022-43.
Motion. Second.
Call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 2022-43, an ordinance of the city of Tomball to amend section 50-2 and section 50-82, subsection of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by adding revising standards pertaining to market, open air, flea, providing for the amendment of the official zoning map of the city, providing for severability, providing for a penalty of an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof, making findings of fact and providing for other related matters.
Okay, next I would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 2022-43 on first reading.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Is there any way, Nathan, that we can put in there that, it can't be an outdoor music venue or anything like that? Because I know the gentleman that's wanting this is the one that's bought the old place where they were thinking about building a coffee shop with outdoor music and everything. I'm worried about if it's just on private property, then you could put flea market and then have a music venue going at the same time. If we're not.
Yes, I mean, you could, I guess to answer your question is that you could add conditions to whatever their request is. You could say that at that time, you're not including any sort of outdoor venue or music venue or amplified music.
Unless you get a permit.
Right. And in most cases is in dealing with these particular types of issues like amphitheaters and other sort of outdoor concerts, and we've been researching as of late, those are called out separately within the ordinance. So I think they'll be governed and oversaw by the current ordinance, which wouldn't include this.
They have certain time limitations that they can have the music.
Right.
That's correct.
10
Yeah.
o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yeah. Via the noise ordinance, there is a limitation when they have to cease the operation.
I'm just worried about them putting something over by the, say, the Baptist church and it affecting all those people over there in that subdivision.
For clarity, so there's no misunderstanding, would it be better to add that to this part of the ordinance too, instead of having to direct them to another part of an ordinance called music venues? Sometimes when people look at one thing, they just see that. They don't realize, oh, I can put my music there. They don't realize it's over on page 8 over here.
Well, I think the difference here is that what we're trying to do is we're trying to actually define what that open air flea market is. And so in that definition itself, it does not include any sort of type of music venue or things of that nature. So I think we are fine when it comes down to that. So I can read it one more time just to make sure.
I trust you.
But yeah, but again, I just want to make sure that you guys feel, I don't think there's a way to misinterpret that with the way that we've written the ordinance or written
Okay.
the definition.
So I want to just make sure.
Unless, I mean, we can,
They pretty much have to define what they're gonna be doing with the conditional use permit.
that is correct. sir.
To receive the.
Yes,
the
sir.
Permit to do.
Yeah.
That includes all aspects of where and how and
Correct.
hours and all of that.
Right. And that also gives you reasonable amounts when they come before you to say, if they don't call that stuff out, you could come back and say, well, I agree with that, but I would like to see this instead.
are there questions that y'all ask them? Or y'all just take what they give?
So we are going to have within our conditional use permit, we already do have, an application form. And so we're just going to make sure that we tweak that form to include anything that might come up. And that we'll make
Perfect.
those, suggestions that they
Yeah.
should include things of that nature when they present it to you.
It also allows for well, I shouldn't say easier, but for enforcement purposes, if it doesn't meet the intent of the conditional use, then it gives us that ability.
And who oversees the market to make sure they're following the guidelines?
It would be code enforcement. And so what we would, again, we do have a small department. So what we would hope is that when they do come in for it, they would follow their own rules and regulations, the regulations we put forth. And then, if we have opportunity to go out and see it, visually see it, or we usually do it by complaint. But we do have the odd opportunity to go out and look at it and check it out.
Okay, any other discussion? Call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is executive session where we will consult with the city attorney regarding matters which the attorney's duty requires to be discussed in closed session. The time is 9:35 PM. After our executive session, we'll be coming back, calling the meeting to order. We will not be taking any other votes, but you're welcome to see us adjourn.